Hello, and welcome to this, our 113th live stream, Questioning the Lore. This, of course, refers to our lore video we did on Monday, where we explained all the channel lore for the uninitiated. Of course, most of the people here are probably my old timers at this point, so probably don't have to explain so much of the lore. Okay, maybe the sound foxes. Definitely have to explain the sound foxes. But, yeah, the sound foxes now, that was just, okay, that was off the wall. Okay. Oh, someone wants a mana machine. Okay. You know, we have not done any mana machine swag. We need to do some mana machine swag. Some mana machine merch. So anyway, on this live stream, what we do is we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible, and the rules are the same as they are every week, which is super chats have priority. This should come as no surprise to anyone who's been on YouTube for any length at all. We 3D printed mana machines. That would be a little difficult for us to pull off, but we'll see what we can do. Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, look, the model's in Blender. You know, if we had the 3D printer, we could do it. That would be possible. We'd probably have to hand paint it, but okay, let's continue with the rules. We're easily sidetracked here. What can we say? I mean, rabbit hole. We're just going down that rabbit hole. So, if you're not, we do take non-super chats too. And if you're going to ask me a question and don't want to pay for a super chat, that's fine. That's totally fine. Which case we don't guarantee we'll take it, but we do take some, especially if they're interesting questions. If they're interesting questions, we'll definitely take it. But we do ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning of your question. We also ask that you only post the question once. If you post it more than once, we'll disqualify the question. Also, if it concerns the Bible or a foreign language, we ask that you add some context. So in the case of the Bible, add chapter and verse and book it's in. In the case of a foreign language, tell me what language you think it's in and what you think it means. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the questions. All right, we're going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. Renzo Flutes? Yes, that question's disqualified. All right, first question here is from 501 Mobius. What do you think of the claim the World Economic Forum called for an AI written Bible to create? Is it actually new? Actually correct? Okay. Well, how else am I going to acknowledge you, Renzo? I mean, come on. I mean, you're one of my Discord mods. I'm not going to discount anything you say just automatically.
Hi, and welcome to Getting On to Friday.
There we go, down that rabbit hole again. Okay, back to the question. Now, one of the things I know the World Economic Forum is just something conspiracy theorists love. They love this. There is actually no evidence that they called for an AI written Bible as a collective group. Now, frankly, anyone can use AI to write a new Bible. AI is horribly indiscriminate as to who actually is asking the question and why. They'll just do a task, whatever it's asked to do. But the World Economic Forum is really an economic think tank. It's really what it is. Most of its policies are never enforced. It's actually got a pretty horrendous track record of enforcing policies. So, even insofar as its ability to recommend economic policies, it's doesn't have a great, it has never been able to forge consensus between all its party members. And we have to understand that the sort of people that attend the World Economic Forum are not so much governments. They're businesses, they're other economic think tanks, they're members of the press. Yeah, universally raging narcissists. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. People who think they're more important than they actually are. Okay? They're not generally finance ministers of foreign nations. It's basically a pay-to-play club. You pay 70 grand to attend. And frankly, anyone can pay this. If they want to go and have their say at Davos, they pay the 70 grand. They'll accept it. They don't look at your qualifications. So you do get a lot of cranks in the World Economic Forum. So, a 1,000 clever boy. Now the conspiracy theorists are going to turn on Dr. Falk. Well, too late. I mean, I already have the flat earthers and the Ron Wyatt fans after me. I mean, come on. Okay. So, there is actually no evidence that there was a recommendation to create an AI-written Bible coming out of the World Economic Forum. Okay. That was a fake news story that sounds plausible to conspiracy theorists, but there's no actual evidence for this. Second, anyone could do this anyway. You know, you could get ChatGPT to say, write a new Bible, and it'll do it for you. And the third thing is, the World Economic Forum has been woefully inadequate and almost inept in its ability to actually implement its recommendations. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that put some light on this. Let's see. That's the one. The Ron White fans, the gift that keeps on giving. Oh yes, they're still going. I mean, I posted that short like a year and a half ago, and I still get comments every day on that. They just...
And it was a short.
It was a short, yeah.
They don't watch anything else.
They don't watch anything else, no. I mean, they're still calling me Satan, so, you know, what can I say? It's just... yeah. Okay. The next non-super chat, moving right along, is from Bonbon. Why did Sobek Neferu use a name that was derived from a crocodile deity? That seems very unusual compared to previous pharaohs. Also, was Hapi worshipped at the time? Did Egyptians worship vegetables? Generally not. They did not worship vegetables. Hapi was worshipped at the time. I mean, we're talking about the end of Dynasty 12 here. Actually, Sobek was quite an influential god in the Middle Kingdom. So it's not quite true that it's unprecedented. We also are entering in the time where the Sobek cult actually increases in prominence. For example, during Dynasty 13, we actually have several Sobek Hoteps. Okay? And I think there's at least 4 of them in Dynasty 13. So it wasn't completely unprecedented to use Sobek in a name. It was a very important cult in the Middle Kingdom. So while it was different than, say, I mean, this is a dynasty that originated from the Theban nome. So the preeminent god there was Amun. But at Ichitawi, where they had resettled, because remember, during Dynasty 11, they moved the capital from Thebes to Ichitawe. And Ichitawe is on the outskirts of the Fayum, where there's a lot of crocodiles. A lot of them. And the Fayum is one of the principal worship centers for the god Sobek. So given that this royal family is now living in the middle of Crocodile Town, it's sort of natural that they would pick up the Sobek cult, which they do. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And our third non-super chat here is from 501 Movius. Finkelstein's population of early Iron Age town estimates at 200 people per hectare. Sager's estimate is 250 per hectare. Do you have any opinion on the density? Yeah, I do. Densities can kind of be a bit all over the map. Archaeodemography is not a precise science. It's based a lot on estimates. Now, I don't actually have a huge beef with either Finkelstein's or Sager's estimates here. But we do find that in, say, Egypt, the densities can be quite different. Like, for example, the town of Lahoun actually had a population density of about 800 per hectare. So it was a lot more dense. So one of the things we find in, say, early Iron Age Levant is actually they're much more spaced out than they would have been back in Egypt. In Egypt, towns were really tightly packed. We see this not just at Lahoun, but we also see this at, say, Deir el-Medina, and also at Avaris. So the densities are actually much, much higher for Semitic towns in Egypt than they ultimately became when they moved into the Promised Land. So when you start looking at this and you start estimating total populations based upon density, you are going to get a range. You are definitely going to get a range because a lot of these places weren't uniformly occupied. But as I said, we do find that in, say, like Middle Kingdom, Semitic towns have a very, very high density relative to what we find in the Levant. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. That covers the non-super chats. So now we get into the super chats. That was quick, yeah. Well, they were relatively easy questions, to be honest. I mean, there. All right, our first super chat here is from Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. How does the clan interpretation of ages in Genesis 5 genealogy make sense of Enoch? All right, let's talk about Enoch. And for this, we will pull up our Bible. And where did my Bible go? There it is. All right. Okay, and go to Genesis 5. Okay, and now I'm presuming you mean the Enoch of, yeah, you're talking the Enoch of Genesis 5. There's two Enochs in the Bible, so, or in Genesis, so you're definitely on the one here of Genesis 5. So, yes, exactly. Hint, the whole city of Enoch did not ascend to heaven. All right. Start at verse 18. And Jared lived 162 years and became the father of Enoch. Then Jared lived 800 years after he became father of Enoch, and he had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and became father of Methuselah. Enoch walked with God for 300 years after he became father of Methuselah, and he had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. All right, so that's basically what we know of Enoch, right all there. Now, how do we interpret this within a clan infrastructure? Which is what's going on here. This is definitely clan infrastructures being talked about. Basically, what we have here is either one particular person who was incredibly religious and incredibly loyal to God in spite of all the nastiness that's happening at this period of time. And we know this because basically God says at the end of this that he was sorrowful that he made mankind and intended to destroy the earth. Because this is leading up to the Noah pericope. So this is set up. This is set up. And so one particular person here is being pointed out as being sort of more holy than the rest. That even in, say, the antediluvian period, the period before the flood, there's still a guy here who's obeying God, who's walking with God, who's in step with God. It's interesting, it says in verse 24, he walked with God. This is the sort of language that you find when God is in the garden and he walked with Adam. You know, God walked in the garden. So it's a recapitulation of that language, that the two are in lockstep together. So in a clan interpretation, what we'd say is that one person, there was one original Enoch who walked with God, but the years of his clan were 365, which is interesting because it's not as long as the other clans. And yet, what we see here also is that in sort of a clan interpretation of this, we would note that there might have been other people who followed after Enoch or preceded him even, that were also walking with God. So here's one particular clan that walked with God, or at least Enoch's influence was so heavy upon them that they are basically following the way of the Lord. But it doesn't last as long, and you're supposed to note that. The years are less. So you've got to really pay attention to exactly what the context is in relation to the other verses to figure out, kind of get the hint here of what's going on. And it leads up to, say, the longest clan, which is the clan of Methuselah, and ultimately Lamech and Noah himself. Okay? So that's how you would interpret this in light of, say, the whole clan structure that we find throughout the Old Testament. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the next super chat here is from Josh Nichols for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's your favorite prophecy and why? Ooh. Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53. I would say I love Isaiah 53. And let me pull that one up. Isaiah 53. We'll get that Bible back up here. This is the suffering servant passage. And I like it because it definitely it alludes to previous prophetic visions. It also predicts the coming of Messiah. And I read it here. Verse 1. Who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? That comes right out of Exodus. I led you out with an outstretched hand, a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. So that comes right out of Exodus. Verse 2. For he grew up before him like a tender shoot, and like a root out of parched ground, and he had no stately form or majesty. This is talking about the prophecy of the suckling as being the from the tree of David. That we should look upon him, nor appearance that we should be attracted to him. He was despised and forsaken of men, a man of sorrows, acquainted with our grief. He becomes man and dwells with us. And like one from whom men hide their face, he was despised, and we did not esteem him. John chapter 1. The men hated the light. Christ was light to the world, and men hated the light. Surely our griefs he himself bore, and our sorrows he carried. Yet we ourselves esteemed him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities, the chastening for our well-being fell upon him, and by his scourging we are healed. An allusion to the cross here. All of us, like sheep, have gone astray. Each of us has turned to his own way. But the Lord has caused the iniquity of us all to fall on him. Vicarious atonement. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, like a sheep that is silent before its shearers, he did not open his mouth. This is an allusion to Passover. By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and for his generation who considered that he was cut off from the land of the living, the transgression of my people, to whom the stroke was due. There again, that vicarious atonement. God sent Messiah to pay the price for sin. Just blew past it. His grave was assigned with wicked men, yet he was with a rich man in his death because he had done no violence. Another prophecy of the uncut tomb that he was placed in. Nor was there any deceit in his mouth. He's a man of peace. He's a man of truth. But the Lord was pleased to crush him, putting him to grief if he would render himself as a guilt offering. Temple ritual, of that sin offering. He will see his offspring. He will prolong his days, and the good pleasure of the Lord will prosper in his hand. As a result of the anguish of his soul, he will see it and be satisfied. By his knowledge, the righteous one, my servant, will justify the many. The righteous one. Christ said, is anyone righteous? No, not one. Except, of course, the Messiah, as he will bear their iniquities. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the booty with the strong, because he poured out himself to death, and was numbered with the transgressors. Yet he himself bore the sin of many, and interceded for transgressors. It's a great prophecy. It's a great, great prophecy. And I think it really is one of the best, say, prophetic visions that we find in the Old Testament. So that's my favorite, and that's why, is because it alludes to, it ties so many pieces of the Old Testament together and presents it in the messianic vision. So that's why I love Isaiah 53. I think that's just totally a bee's knees. This is a bee's knees prophecy. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you found that enlightening, and I really appreciate it. Okay, the third super chat is from Josh Nichols for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Young's literal translation? Okay. It's very literal. It's very literal. It was done in 1889. It's a translation that's meant to preserve grammar and syntax above all else. Now, it's an old translation, and sometimes it doesn't quite capture, in its attempt to be really wooden literal, it sometimes doesn't capture the meaning. And it was an attempt to solve the problem that many English translations would dicker with sort of tense to smooth out the translation. So it's really, really focused on the tense of the Hebrew and Greek. The problem with that approach is it tends to make a stiff translation that doesn't always sound very proper in English. English is a highly idiomatic language. It's a highly idiomatic language. English is full of idioms. And sometimes the best way to communicate things is through their idioms. And unfortunately, Young's literal translation loses a lot of that nuance. That nuance particularly that comes out of understanding the expression instead of just the words. So, and here's one sort of little aspect where I actually sometimes prefer a paraphrase or at least a thought translation. A thought translation will at least try to wrap its head around an idiom and try to explain the idiom, not just the words. So, in some ways, Young's literal translation can lead to more confusion than it solves, unfortunately. But, it can be a good resource sometimes for those who are not Greek or Hebrew speakers to try to get the most literal sense of the text. But I would combine this with a more thought translation with an NIV before trying to come to any meaning. Because as I say, sometimes it loses the meaning in its literalness. So anyway, that's sort of my thoughts on this. I mean, it is out of copyright now, so anyone's free to use it. And so, I mean, it's not a horrible translation. It's not a horrible translation, but it sometimes loses its grasp on the text in order to be literal, and it can be very clunky and difficult to understand by modern English readers. And it still preserves the older English forms of the pronouns like ye, thee, thou. So the fact is that English has really advanced in the last 100 years, as well as our knowledge of biblical translation. So I wouldn't call it a great translation anymore, but it's not that terrible either. I would sort of put it more on the same sort of level as sort of the KJV. I put it on sort of that level. It's an interesting historical translation, but I also wouldn't use it for serious, say, apologetics or exegetical work either. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay. Back to the top here. Okie dokie. Okay, the next one here is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Gnosticism believes we are sparks becoming suns. Well, okay, half right there. We are sparks, yes. Sparks caused by the creation of the gods that are then incorporated in human bodies, and that we then, once we are liberated and get knowledge, saving knowledge, we float back up to the pleroma. Gnosticism is kind of agnostic as to our final fate, as to what we become, whether it's stars or whatever. Does John 1:49 also relate to this, or only Stoicism by claiming Jesus was cosmic order itself? All right, let's bring up John here. And the text here is John, chapter 1. And actually, this begins with 1:1, if we get right to it, which is Logos, which is in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, that term Logos is a very, very pregnant term in Greek. There's a lot of history behind that term, and it was used by a lot of groups. It was used, yes, by Gnostics, but it was also used by Stoics, Pythagoreans, almost any philosophy would have used this. And we'll skip down to 4 here. In him was life, and life was the light of men, and light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. Then go down to verse 8. He was not the light, talking about John, John the Baptist. He was not the light, but came that he might bear witness of the light. There was the true light, which when coming in the world enlightens every man. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. All right. Now, there is a lot of leveraging here of, say, common terms that floated in the Hellenistic world at the time, such as the Logos, such as the light. It is, these were just really common terms. That's across the entire span of Hellenistic thinking. So it's not just, it's not that Gnosticism came up with this. They're borrowing from someone else. They're borrowing from other philosophical currents that are going through the culture at the time. And likewise, John here is borrowing from those same currents. They're just coming up with a different interpretation of those currents. So it's not Stoicism, it's not Epicureanism, it's not Pythagoreanism, but they're all contributing to the pool of ideas. And here I would recommend, if you want to go deeper into how this works, Christopher Partridge's book, Re-Enchantment of the West, really spells this out in a very interesting way. Where, any religion isn't cut out of whole cloth. It comes from a pool of ideas. It's literature. It's told stories. Whatever's going on in the culture at that particular time. So, yes, there is vague references here to philosophy of the 1st and 2nd, and even going all the way back to the 4th and 5th centuries. But these are already well established in Hellenized culture in Judea at that time. Even before the Gnostics gets their shoes on. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped, and I hope that put some light upon this question. Okay, and okay. The next super chat here is from Oscar Filho. I hope I pronounced that right. For 10 Romanian. Thank you very much for this super chat. What is going on in Genesis 30, 35 to 41? Growing up, this looked like sorcery. I know God is involved, but it's weird. Okay. It's an interesting question. Very interesting question. Let's go to Genesis 30 and take a look at this, cuz Genesis 30. I'm going to try to piece this apart now. We'll have to stop a little later than that, but let's go start at 30 here. Okay. So here's what's going on for the context. Is Jacob is taking care of his flocks and Laban's flocks. Right now he's trying to get his wives. Particularly the wife he wants. But he's got here 2 sets of flocks. And he's basically taking care of Laban's flocks. And let's start the reading at verse 30 here. For you had little before I came, and it has increased to a multitude. Basically the flock. And the Lord has blessed you wherever I turned. But now when shall I provide for my own household also? And he said, he being Laban, what shall I give you? And Jacob said, you shall not give me anything. If you will do me this one thing for me, I will again pasture and keep your flock. I'm going a little labor strike here. Let me pass through your entire flock, removing from there every speckled and spotted sheep, and every black one among the lambs, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and they shall be my wages. Verse 33. So my honesty will answer for me later when you come concerning my wages. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and the black ones among the sheep, lambs, if found with me, will be considered. Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs, if found with me, will be considered stolen. And Laban said, good, let it be according to your word. So he agrees to this deal. Basically, in that time, a speckled, spotted, or black lamb was considered imperfect. It's imperfect. So basically, Jabin's taking all the imperfect ones. He's taking the rejects. He's taking the rejects. Of course, Laban jumps at this. Verse 35. So he removed on that day the striped and spotted male goats and all the speckled and spotted female goats, every one with white in it, and all the black ones among the sheep, and gave them to his care sons. Okay. Now, this is where things get interesting. Verse 36. He put a distance of 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plane trees and peeled white stripes in them. So he's peeling off pieces of the bark and he's exposing the pith, exposing the white which is in the rods. And he set the rods which he had peeled in the front of the flocks, in the gutters, even in the watering troughs. He's taking these sticks and he's putting them in the water, where the flocks came to drink, and they mated when they came to drink. Verse 39. So the flocks mated mated by the rods, and the flocks brought forth striped, speckled, and spotted. And verse 40. Jacob separated the lambs and made the flocks face towards the striped and all the black flocks of Laban. And he put his own herds apart and did not put them with Laban's flock. Moreover, verse 41, it came about when the stronger of the flock were mating, that Jacob put the rods in the sight of the flocks in the gutters, so that they mate by the rods. But when the flock was feeble, he did not put them in, so the feebler were Laban's and the stronger were Jacob's. Okay, so what's going on here? He's taking basically sticks, basically, big rods, big pieces of wood, stripping off the pieces of the strips of the bark and throwing them in the watering troughs. Okay. Now, he did this for his own flocks when they were strong, but he didn't do this for Laban's flocks. What's going on here? The fact is that, especially poplar, okay, and he's using poplar, almond, and other trees. Poplar contains salicylic acid, aspirin. He's giving his flocks antibiotics, natural antibiotics that are found in wood bark. So this is why his spotted flocks are getting stronger, while the untreated flocks of Laban are not doing as hot. So he's resorting here not to sorcery, but applied pharmacology, essentially folk medicine. When, like those, for example, early on, when, say, Europeans went to North America, they discovered that the Native Americans were taking willow bark and using them as willow bark as an analgesic. And poplar also produces an analgesic like this. So yeah, what's going on here is that Jacob is medicating his flocks. He's medicating his flocks in a very rudimentary way. And if you medicate your flocks, the weak survive. They survive, thrive, and reproduce. And this is why Jacob's flocks are growing bigger than Laban's flocks. And Laban then turns out to be jealous of Jacob's prosperity here. So it might look like sorcery, but it's really applied pharmacology. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that answered your question. It was an interesting question, and I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's very likely, yeah. Take that comment here. And Macanique says, people in my area used to plant a lot of poplar all over. Maybe that's why. Yeah, it's a very strong possibility. As I say, it has a natural analgesic in it, and natural antibiotics. So, yeah, it would make a lot of sense, especially if they start using it in agriculture. Yeah, yeah, it was very much a folk medicine for agriculture for a very, very long time. So that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest that some people are still using it. Okay. The next super chat here is also from Oscar for 10 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Genesis 32, 22 to 30, how can Jacob fight God? How can he win? Who sees God and thinks, oh man, gotta fight him? Yeah, well, Jacob was not always the brightest bulb. Okay. Very clever, but yeah, we'll just read this here. Verse 22. Now he arose at the same night and took his 2 wives and his 2 maids and his 11 children and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. And he took them and sent them across the stream, and he sent across whatever he had. Then Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until daybreak. And when he saw that he had not prevailed against him, he touched the socket of his thigh, and the socket of Jacob's thigh was dislocated while he wrestled with him. Then Jacob said, let me go, for dawn is breaking. But he said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. So Jacob, and so he said to him, what is your name? And he said, Jacob, like he didn't already know. And he said, your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men and have prevailed. Sounds to me like he kind of lost, but hey, okay. I mean, you could tell right here that if God really wanted to, he could have crushed Jacob like a bug. So, I mean, come on. This is not a fair fight. Not even close. So what Jacob is doing here is he's wrestling with a theophany. And that takes some moxie, okay? I'll give that to him. Verse 29. Then Jacob asked him and said, please tell me your name. Why is it that you ask me my name? And he blessed him there. So Jacob named the place Peniel, for he said, I have seen God face to face, yet my life has been preserved. Now the sun rose up upon him as he crossed over Peniel, and he was limping on his thigh. Therefore to this day the sons of Israel do not eat the sinew on the hip, which is on the socket of the thigh, because he touched the socket of Jacob's thigh in the sinew of the hip. All right. So it's a story that's really talking about a particular ritual that we find in, say, at least early Israelite dietary custom. Now, there's probably more to it than just this, but it's a great explanation of why they don't do it. There is also some intimation too that this might have been a carryover from Egypt. So this might not have been the only reason why they didn't do it. Like, for example, Egyptians have a custom of knucklebone soup, where a certain piece of, like, for example, when a cow was slaughtered, the Egyptians would come by and they would collect one of the thigh bones and the hip bones and basically use it to make, it's a form of taxation. They would take it and they would use it to make, say, knucklebone soup for laborers of those who were building monuments. So this was something that was taxed across the board in Egypt. So if you owned cattle, you had it slaughtered, you had to reserve that section for for taxation. So, they might have just said, okay, well, this is a good reason why we don't do it either. So I think that's one of the reasons why they sort of have that included, that narrative here, is because it explained that continuation of that custom. However, the story is, though, very, very interesting in that, it doesn't tell us how he got into the fight. Just that he started wrestling with the guy, with this theophany. So it appears that, as soon as he realizes he's overpowered, Jacob's not the kind of guy that gives up. He's not the kind of guy that gives up. So he's not giving up no matter what. He'll kill himself before giving up. So, so at that point, God just says, okay, I'm going to paralyze you now. Okay, this is going to end. It's not going to end well for you if you keep this up. So I'm going to stun you here, and you're going to think better of this in the morning. But he insists on being blessed, and God says, "Yeah, okay, sure. I admire your tenacity here. I admire your grit here, and you struggled against me. You struggled against mankind. Yeah, I'll bless you." So, yeah, it's not that he starts out thinking he can win, because a lot of theophanies don't show up as basically glowing lights of aura here. Some theophanies look very human. So he probably was thinking that he was just fighting a local, but ended up biting off a lot more than he could chew. So, yeah, most of us would not pick random fights. Not sure why Jacob did here, and the text doesn't really tell us. Yeah, correct. Most people wouldn't see God and say, hey, I'm going to pick a fight with him. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, I hope that answered, at least gave some insight into the passage. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Oh boy. Okay, another super chat here, a generous super chat from Oscar again for 20 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Jesus and the Psychiatrist, great essay by the way, it says that to exorcise a demon, you need his name. And I remember you said that the Egyptians believed that if you knew the true name of a god, you could enslave. Is there any relations here? Yes, there is. It was believed in the ancient Near East that if you had someone's true name, they could be manipulated. Either made to do what you want or driven out, in the case of demons. It gave you a special access and a special power. Okay? This is also relevant to the commandment that thou shalt not take the Lord thy God's name in vain. Basically, the idea that many people would try to use the name of Yahweh to manipulate him. And Yahweh is not a God that can be manipulated or driven out. So, when we get here to demonic possession, in this particular case, it's one of the things we do see Jesus do frequently, is ask for the name of the demon before he drives him out. We aren't actually told explicitly that you need the name to drive out, to exorcise a demon, but at the same time too, it seems to be a practice that occurs often enough in the ministry of Jesus Christ that, going forward, most exorcists have done it. Just because it is one of those things that just seems to follow the way that Christ cast out demons. So, there is something to the if you have their true name, because a name is more than just a label. Yeah, in the West, we consider a name a label. They didn't see of it that way in the East. In Eastern thought, a name is a descriptor. It's a It's tied to some attribute about you. So the idea that you have an attribute, not just a label, but an attribute, gives you leverage over the spiritual identity. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Is the name is actually a form of leverage. And if you've got leverage, then you can drive out the demon. So that's sort of the thought process in the Eastern mind. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped.
It said the demon identified Jesus. And people have said the demon was.
Yeah, that's. I'll pull that up in a moment here. All right, let's pull that up that comment here from Empty Disc. This is true. The demon identified Jesus, and I've heard some think that it did that to try to hold power over him. Yeah, very likely. Yeah, it's very likely that the demon was trying to do that preemptively, using the same rules, as it were. The only difference is Jesus cannot be moved in that way, because he then falls back onto into the commandment of, thou shalt not take the Lord thy God's name in vain. So that was a vain attempt to manipulate through the calling of the name. So yeah, that's a very reasonable interpretation of that passage. So thank you for that comment. It's an excellent comment. Okay. Next one here. Oscar again for 10 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chat. You said that when the prophet Samuel appeared to Saul and the witch, it was not a ghost. Well, define ghost. Then how is it that him or what exactly is a ghost? If I misheard, please ignore. Okay, well, I did say that this was the returned spirit of Samuel. And you could define that as a ghost. Okay? You could definitely define that as spirit, or I mean the idea of a ghost is that, or an apparition, I think I use the term apparition, is that it is the spirit of a human being that is returned back from the dead or is walking around on planet Earth here somewhere. Okay? So you could call the spirit of Samuel here a ghost, in theory. You could also call it a spirit. You could also call it an apparition. All those could be equally true descriptors. And the thing is, also the term ghost is very broad. The term ghost can not just refer to, say, the spirit of someone who's returned, but other things too, such as psychic impressions, apparitions of living people. It's very broad. So ghost might not be the best way to describe it. However, it is also true that people in Second Temple period Judaism believed in ghosts. So, again, it's a broad definition. So I prefer, when talking about Samuel, to use other terms, because ghost covers a whole lot of other manifestations as well, not just, say, apparitions of a returned spirit from the dead. Okay? So that's sort of the difference here. A ghost it covers many, many different sort of manifestations and phenomena. An apparition is something else. It's a more narrow term. So it's not that I'm not saying he wasn't a ghost. I'm just saying that the term itself, is very, very broad. So anyway, I hope that helped clarify this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you a favorite version of the Book of Common Prayer? Me personally, while I prefer morning and evening offices in the 1662, I think ACNA's 2019 Book of Common Prayer is better overall. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the 2019 version of the Book of Common Prayer. I don't particularly use it much myself, but there was a time I did, and I didn't have really a strong preference one way or the other. I think the 2019 version is a lot clearer as far as its language goes. I mean, again, the language has changed so much between 1662 and 2019 that, yeah, there was a need for an update in language, just because English had moved so much. So, if I was to pick one, I'd probably pick the 2019 one also. But again, it's not something I use very often. But if I've had a choice, yeah, I'd go with a more modern one. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. What is the best explanation for the similarity between the four living beings of Ezekiel 1:4-12 and the mythological Apkallu and cherubs of Assyria and Babylon? They have the same combination of human, lion, bull, and eagle. Okay. How do I put this? There's actually very little similarity between the Apkallu and cherubs. Okay. Now, it is clear that, say, the description we find in Ezekiel 1:4-12 is very, very similar to Mesopotamian idea of cherubs. Okay. But not Apkallu. Now, of the 7 Apkallu, they are described as being part human, part bird, and part fish. In fact, many Apkallu are portrayed as basically men wearing the skin of a fish. Okay. There might be a superficial similarity between, say, the bird Apkallu and the eagle aspect. But in Mesopotamian iconography, there is more than just that going on with the cherubim. Cherubim in Ezekiel 1 and Mesopotamian iconography do have some strong similarities, though. And let's just pull that up here. We'll go here to Ezekiel. The Bible. Ezekiel 1, 4-12. And as I looked, behold, a storm wind was coming from the north, a great cloud with fire flashing forth continuously, and a bright light around it, and in its midst something like glowing metal in the midst of the fire. And within it were figures resembling 4 living beings, and this was their appearance. They had a human form. Each had 4 faces and 4 wings. And their legs were straight, and their feet were like calves' hooves, and they gleamed like burnished bronze. Under their wings were 4 sides were human hands, and the faces and the wings 4 of them. And their wings touched each other, and their faces did not turn when they moved. Each went straight forward. As for the form of their faces, each had the face of a man. All 4 had the face of a lion on the right, a face of the bull on the left, and all 4 had the face of an eagle. Such were their faces, their wings were spread out above, and each had 2 touching each another being, and 2 covering the bodies. Okay. So, what they're showing here is actually, these 4 creatures are identical. But they also have 4 aspects of these animal beings. You know, the human, the lion, the bull, and the eagle. Now, this is very, very typical of Mesopotamian iconography, especially later on in the Iron Age. Now, in the Bronze Age, cherubim don't look like this. Cherubim are much more simplified. They are basically humans with wings stretched out. Now, possibly lions with wings swept back. But by the Babylonian period, it takes on this complex form. Now, we're not exactly sure why this is the Mesopotamian iconography of cherubim, but Ezekiel seems to adopt it, and at least uses its symbolism as he portrays these angelic beings. So he is using a culturally relevant reference to the culture that Israel is starting to engage, and probably will engage for the next couple hundred years. So this is going to be a very, very important aspect to how Ezekiel does his visions. Is that all these sort of aspects of Mesopotamian iconography are going to enter into Israelite literature, especially as it starts having interaction with this, particularly the Assyrians. The Assyrians are not just going to bring their form of terror, but they're also going to bring their mythology as well, and their iconography. So this is the sort of iconography you find for Mesopotamian cherubs. It's not what you find with the Akalu, though. The Akalu are a whole different thing, and they're treated differently, too. They're not treated as sort of angelic guardian beings, whereas, say, Mesopotamian cherubim are. They're very much guardian beings. The Akalu are just sort of wise men, demigods later on. So that's what I think is happening here, is that Ezekiel is sort of seeing the writing on the wall here. He's seeing what the Assyrians are doing to, its neighbors, and he can sort of see the writing on the wall as far as what's going to happen with northern Israel, and then finally what the Babylonians are going to do to Judea. And so what he's doing is he's sort of, laying out what they're going to experience going into to Mesopotamia when they go into exile. So this is definitely not, say, standard Israelite iconography for cherubim at the time of the divided monarchy. The divided monarchy is more resembles Egyptian iconography of cherubs than does Mesopotamian. But as the hegemony of Israel switches back and forth between the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians, they're going to bring more and more of that Mesopotamian iconography into Israelite literature. So that's what's going on. Is what we got here is an updated vision of what cherubim are like based upon Mesopotamian influence. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the next one here is from Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why is Graham Hancock so popular these days? Oh, dear. None of his ideas are new. No, they're not. There are just some people out there that just like conspiracy theories, outrageous ideas, the fantastic. And, Hancock is a good writer. He's a very good writer. None of these guys are... none of these guys who have these theories, these strange theories of, say, ancient aliens, the Ark of the Covenant, where is it today? How the pyramids were built by sound foxes. Most of these guys are really good writers. You don't get traction if you're a poor writer. Guys like David Rohl have completely bankrupt chronologies, but he's an excellent writer. He's an excellent storyteller. Graham Hancock, for 20 years, was a journalist. He knows how to write a good story. And stories convince, even if they're factually wrong. Yeah, more so, as my producer pointed out, more so than truth. A compelling story will get you to believe something, even if it's not true. And that's what we're sort of dealing with a Graham Hancock, is he tells a good story. You know, he talks about the Ark of the Covenant. You know, he's relating you this story about him going to Ethiopia and talking with the guard and his massive sword, who will behead you if you cross the line into the church, which would never happen, but you will get escorted out. Yeah, you know, he's not going to kill you over this. No, that's not going to happen. But Hancock tells a very, very lurid story about the Ark of the Covenant. But that's what Hancock does, is he basically crafts really, really good stories based on false narratives. And if you have a good story, you can convince somebody of just about anything, because people believe stories. So that's why Hancock is so popular. That's how he's been able to make a living off of his books, is by just being a really, really excellent storyteller. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. In a previous video, you criticized James White for getting his degree from a non-accredited institution. Yes, because it's not a real PhD. What do you make of Michael Heiser's opinion that pursuing accreditation for the Awakening School was a waste of time? Okay, I do actually have a few thoughts on this. I think in Heiser's particular case, the Awakening School, there's a sense in which he's correct. Okay, he is actually correct here. Now, Awakening School does not offer degrees. It offers certificates of completion. A certificate of completion is not a degree. It is basically a wall-hanging diploma. It is not something that entitles you to go up to the next rank. So, certificates of completion are not academic credentials. Because Awakening School does not offer academic credentials, it does not need to be accredited. So he's right in this respect. Now, there's an aspect of the Awakening School that I do disagree with, which is it talks in its marketing literature. It talks about taking doctoral level courses. That is misleading for a couple of reasons. Okay? So I do have an exception here to this that I think is important. From the course offerings they give you, doctoral level courses does not seem to be on the menu. It would be better, the courses they offer can be better described as master's level courses. Now, a doctoral level course is incredibly tedious. It's incredibly tedious. The instructor is not instructing you. He's more or less guiding you as you figure it out yourself. So a lot of the work of a doctoral level course is you creating bibliographies, and you're graded on your bibliography. And any answer to the question you may have going into that course, you're going to answer yourself by the bibliography you produce. This would be deeply, deeply dissatisfying for most students. Okay?
Master's level course, much more fun.
Yeah, master's level courses are much more fun, and I think in the longer run, much more effective. Okay? Because frankly, once you've got the skill of doing a bibliography down, you don't really need to relearn that 20 times over. So,
And a lot of what's being at doctorate level.
Yeah. Yeah. And as my producer here points out, a lot of the courses that are taught in the United States as doctoral level are actually master's level courses. Okay. And master's level courses are great. I highly recommend them. I think you get more out of a master's level course than you do out of a doctoral level. But the other problem I have with their marketing literature is that they claim that their credits are transferable to other institutions. Now, you look at what institutions they are transferable to, you find out of the 3 schools that will accept those credits, they're only acceptable for bachelor's and master's degrees, not for doctorates. So you can't actually transfer those courses into a doctoral program. So I think that marketing literature is incredibly misleading. So that's my beef with, say, Awakening School. Not its accreditation. I don't think its accreditation is any issue, but its marketing literature is a problem.
But again, part of the doctoral process is learning to sort out
Mm-hmm.
what's a credible
Yeah.
resource
Yeah.
versus non-credible.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing with your bibliography.
Yeah, that is a good point, is that part of the doctoral process is the evaluation of literature. And it's a huge part of the doctoral process. Now, there's other ways to get that than taking doctoral level courses, but doctoral level courses is a good way to do it. However, as I say, in the case of Awakening School, it does not need accreditation because, again, it's not giving you a degree. However, I think it does need to change its marketing literature to be more accurate. I think its marketing literature is misleading. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next super chat here is from Andrew Guler for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did you ever wish you lived in 1910 to 1920? Oh no. No way. That way you could meet future kings and tribal leaders during your field work, a sort of David of Cairo. Oh, if I lived in 1910 to 1920, I would have been drafted into World War I. No, thank you. No, thanks. I'll give that one a miss. The golden age of archaeology, if we were to basically sort of peg it to a certain year, a set of years, would have been basically 1900 to 1910, and then from 1920 to 1930. That would have been sort of the best years of archaeology. But archaeology took a hiatus from 1914 to 1918 because of World War I. So, oh, yeah, you really do not. You did not want to be even in the Middle East during World War I. Yeah, it's it got pretty. There was times it got pretty ugly. So, yeah, not good years. Definitely not good years. And I'd give up the other years to not go through those ones. So, yeah, visiting is different than living there. Yeah, World War I was not fun. And it spilled over to a lot of places, even places not directly involved in the conflict. And the Middle East was no exception to this. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Definitely passing on that decade. That's a good decade to pass. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, we got a $10 super chat here from Jacob Stubbs. And he has a question right below it, which says, "Hello, Dr. Falk." Well, hello, Jacob. Earlier this year, I subscribed to your channel. Well, thank you much for subscribing. And for those of you who haven't subscribed, please consider doing so. It helps the channel grow. In an older video, you mentioned Continental young Earth creationists. Yes, I did. Have CEC written any literature that explains their beliefs? Not in the same way as American young earth creationists. They're not great publishers. Now, I encountered them when I actually lived in England. When I lived in Liverpool, that was my first experience with them. And the one thing you discover about Continental young earth creationists is that they tend to sort of stick to themselves. They're not really interested in convincing you. What you find is what they call anti-Darwinist societies. So they're much more interested in the Darwinist aspect of it than they are in the young earth aspect of it. So while they are technically young earth creationists, because most of them will say, okay, the earth is 50,000, 100,000 years, that technically qualifies as a young earther. They're not so interested and stuck on the dates, but they are very, very stuck on Darwinism. So they tend to do more tracts than anything else. They do tracts, small booklets, basically small press stuff. They're not so interested in sort of the big comprehensive books. I mean, they're not into making textbooks. That's not what they do. They're really focused on just Darwin. So, unless you happen to stumble across them, occasionally you will find like young earth creationists, American young earth creationists, distributing their literature because they're so focused on Darwin. So you'll sometimes if you go to, say, a American young earth creationist conference, you'll sometimes see them. You see stacks of CX literature on the tables, and they usually give them out for free. And you flip to the back and you look at the mailing address, and you see it's like in Suffolk, England, or something like that, or in Amsterdam of the Netherlands. Okay, so at that point you can pretty much figure out now you're dealing with a Continental young earth creationist. So yeah, they're much more, as I say, much more interested in tracts, in pamphlets, in basically smaller kinds of literature. It's less expensive to produce. They can distribute it wider, and they can at that point really, really focus on what they're interested in, which is Darwinism. So again, you'll see them often call themselves anti-Darwin societies. You'll see that term often used, and it's usually these Continental young earth creationists. So, again, as I say, I stumbled across them when I lived in England, but you will see their literature oftentimes used at creationist conferences. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. JP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are your top 3 favorite church fathers and why? Ooh, tough question. There's so many to choose from. I'm quite literal about that. So many to choose from. One of the things people don't understand is how vast church father literature is. I think Migne produced 300 volumes of it. I mean, it's just incredibly vast. Now, I can tell you some that I liked. Okay. Irenaeus. Loved Irenaeus. One of my favorites. He's definitely in my top 3. Athanasius. I put Athanasius in that category as well. And I think for my number 3 pick, I'll pick Chrysostom. Because Chrysostom was actually pretty interesting to read. He's very interesting to read. I did not care for him burning the church pews, but he did insist all his parishioners stand, and I'm really not great with standing anymore. But other than that, he's a great read. He's a great read. So those would be my off the top of my head picks: Irenaeus, Athanasius, and Chrysostom. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Mathis Smith, have you read him? Anything to say? Yes, I have read some of his works. I haven't read all of his works, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I have read one of his books, the title of which escapes me at the moment. Um, I know I mean, first of all, what I have to say about him is atheists love him because they can easily quote mine him without understanding the fullness of his views. So that's one of the things about him is, he's an expansive writer. He's an expansive writer. So trying to take one little tiny quote of his and apply it to the totality of what he believes is difficult and shouldn't be done. However, that doesn't prevent him from being quote mined. His view of basically that the early Israelites were polytheists, I don't agree with, but I also understand that he's basically, in many people's minds, convincingly argued that. I tend to go with more of a Heiserite view on that sort of question of, say, the nature of the divine council and gods. So more of a monarchical monotheistic view versus a polytheistic view. However, at the same time, too, he personally doesn't believe that's the correct view himself. And it's one of the things I think is important to recognize about Smith is he's got an idea of what the early Israelites believed, which may not agree with what he believes. So, like, for example, like, many people will misquote his stuff when he talks about Egyptian religion. I mean, wildly misquote him. Like, for example, they will try to infer that from his writing that when the dead ascended to heaven, when he's really talking about Nut, the goddess Nut, being in the heavens. So, people will quote mine him a lot. So I think it's very, very important to take Mark Smith in its totality, not just his particular quotes that are convenient for your ideological acts. However, I do disagree with him on his interpretation of Deuteronomy 32. And yeah, I know people will disagree with me on that. Oh well. You can quote scholars on both sides on this one. So again, it's going to come down to which side of the aisle you land on here. So with that said, that's my opinion of him. I think he's a good scholar. I think he's a very good scholar. He's an excellent scholar. And I just don't happen to agree with him in that particular case. But there's stuff I do agree with him on, very much so. So it's going to depend on which particular aspect it is in general. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Mouthwash for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. You refer to early pharaohs as kings. Yes, I do. Is this a common practice in Egyptology or just something you do? It's a fairly common practice in Egyptology. Why not also speak of first citizen Augustus? Okay. Here's the thing. Most Egyptologists now recognize that Pharaoh is a title that began with Tutmosis III. And it was coined specifically during that reign of Tutmosis III or Hatshepsut. So they were really the first pharaohs. Before then, they were kings. Now, they continue being kings after, but... So after Tutmosis III, starting at Tutmosis III, all basically kings of Egypt are not just kings, but they're also pharaohs. So Augustus, Caesar, is also a pharaoh, and he's also a king, as well as being Roman emperor. So this is something you'll find fairly common in Egyptology, is they'll talk about, say, the pharaoh Tutmosis or the king Khufu, recognizing that change in terminology. Now, okay, we will sometimes refer to them all as the pharaonic period, going basically from the first dynasty to basically the end of the Ptolemies, okay? or the end of the Persian period or whatever. But that's going to depend on exactly how you define Pharaonic period. So you do get that as well, where Egyptologists will try to be a bit more broad with the term pharaoh. But often they will be Mouthwash says, no, I mean that Augustus is called emperor despite never having been called one. Yeah, well, yeah, he's still called one. But Augustus is also called pharaoh. He's also called pharaoh actually on the temples that we find in Egypt. So we do have examples of him being called pharaoh. So yeah, he might not have been called an emperor. I don't know that. I'm not a Roman expert. So for me, the Roman period is post-interesting. So yeah. So yeah, it is a pretty common practice in Egyptology to call kings before Tutmosis III just kings. So that's not unusual, not at all. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. I very, very much appreciate it. Okay, I also want to take this moment to thank Jack Ray, who gave us a $50 super chat through PayPal. Thank you very much, Jack. We really, really appreciate the super chat. Your generosity has really helped support our channel, and we are very, very much appreciative. Thank you so very much. And to be honest, super chats like yours help keep food on the table, and we so very much appreciate it. Okay, and the next super chat here is from... Getting my windows back in order. Is from Linguist Ammo for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Just want to support the channel. First interview discussion next week on the channel. Cool. I hope it goes well. Thank you very much for the support. We appreciate it. And yeah, every contribution helps. And without you guys, we couldn't do this. And we are happy to report that it's getting closer to the point where we can go independent. So we are hoping to, within the next, say, several months, so that I can quit my day job and start doing content creation full time. And basically get back to writing books. Because there are books that need to be written. We have a chronology book planned. We've got a archaeological fallacies book planned. We also got a book on the Exodus planned. And we can't do that without the time to do it. So you guys supporting us through your super chats are going to allow us to do that. So we very, very much appreciate the support. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. And I'm wishing you the best of luck on that interview and discussion. And I'm looking forward to watching it. So if you haven't also subscribed to Linguist Ammo's channel, please do so as well. Addison Weir for $4.99. Great to see you here tonight. Saw the new Indiana Jones. Ooh. Ooh. I haven't seen it. I'm afraid to see it. It was fine, not great, but it could have been worse. The last Indiana Jones I saw was not good. I'm scared. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this one. I don't want to have my hopes and dreams dashed again by Indiana. You know, I love the first two movies. I thought the first two movies were great, and then it just sort of kept going downhill after that.
First two movies were some.
Yeah, The Last Crusade was not good. Crystal Skull I hated. I'm sorry, I really hated the Crystal Skull. I could not get into the Crystal Skull, not at all. I actually like the Cross Crusade better than the Crystal Skull. The Crystal Skull was just ugh. Okay, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JP for $2. Thoughts on Dr. Michael Brown? I think he's fine. I think he's better. He's actually he concentrates a lot on slavery in the ancient Near East, and I think on that topic he does quite well. So I highly recommend him for stuff on like slavery. So I know he's done a lot of research and work on that. I don't know what his original doctorate is in. I don't know if he's an ancient Near Eastern expert or not. I don't know much about him. I've heard some of his lectures on slavery, and I thought they were quite good. So I think in that respect, I think he's okay. So that's sort of my thoughts on him. I know he's a Messianic Jew, which is great because I love Messianic Jews. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Claude for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you please elaborate on your eschatological position? I'm really interested in giving your knowledge of the Old Testament, which Revelation heavily references. Yes. Okay. Here is my eschatological position, and now I don't. My first eschatological position is I don't think this matters very much. Honestly, I think too much emphasis is placed upon eschatology. I would much rather people focus on orthopraxis, living right, getting their theology right. So orthopraxis and orthodoxy, I think those are things that people really need to focus on. Eschatology is a nice to have after you get your orthopraxis and orthodoxy right. Get your orthodoxy and your orthopraxis right. Doesn't matter what your eschatology is. So I think this is one of those things that really is overemphasized on. Now, that's my first view of eschatology. Get your theology right. Now my eschatological position. I am a post-tribulationist, historic premillennialist. Okay? So, what does this mean? It means I think the rapture occurs after the tribulation. And I think the second coming of Jesus comes before the millennial kingdom. It's a church that was commonly held by the early church fathers. It seems to make a lot of sense of, say, the parables of Jesus. And that's really makes the most sense of the symbolisms that we find in the Old Testament. So that's where I sort of stand on this. But then again, too, I know people who held other views, and I'd say, okay, fantastic. You hold a different view, that's fine with me. I think the only view I would really of eschatology I would really strenuously object to is full preterism. I think full preterism is deeply problematic. If you're amillennialist, hey, fine, that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable as a position. If you're postmillennialist, great, fantastic, perfectly acceptable position. You are full preterist, we got a problem. And the reason I'm against full preterism is because it denies the second coming of Jesus Christ, which is a historic, it's in the creeds, it really does tinker with a lot of established theology. So, I mean, as long as you're not full preterist, I have no theological issue with people holding any position they want on this. But, with that said, I personally land on the post-tribulationalist view and the prehistoric premillennialist. So I'm not a dispensational premillennialist. I'm a historic premillennialist. And there are differences, okay, profound differences between the two views. I don't believe in dispensationalism. Not in the slightest. So, anyway, that's my position. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. And again, the most important thing about eschatology is getting your orthopraxis and your orthodoxy right in the first place. Until you get that right, don't worry about eschatology. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Who is this? What's the timestamp? Give me a timestamp. Otherwise, 9:37. Okay. We're just dealing with an issue here, and we'll be right back. 7. Give him a timeout. Yeah, give him a timeout. Yeah, put user in timeout. All right, let's head back to the super chats here. Okay, our next super chat here is from Renzo Flutes for 200 yen. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate. Domo arigato. What is your approach to when speaking to atheists? Keep it friendly. I think one of the things when you speak to an atheist is, I mean, you got two. I mean, a lot of atheists are, pretty offensive people, but a lot of them are also deeply hurt too. So it depends on what kind of atheist you're dealing with. Are you dealing with someone who was raised an atheist? Are you dealing with somebody who was who deconverted to atheism? That's going to matter. That's going to matter a lot. So, when I do speak to atheists, and a lot of my friends are atheists, so it's just like, okay, in fact, I've got more atheist friends than I have Christian friends, in all honesty. The first thing I do is, I'm legitimately their friend. I'm not pretending it. I'm not evangelizing to them. It's just to, but if they ever want to talk about the Bible and Jesus Christ, I'm more than happy to do so. And some will ask. Some will definitely ask. So, at the end of the day, it's important for me when I speak to my atheist friends to preserve that friendship relationship. And sometimes I'll tell them, do you really want to know? Usually they'll say yes. But in fact, if they ask you a question and they go, do you and they go and you tell them you really want to know, then they'll get insistent and say, oh yeah, really want to know. So I try to keep it as genuine as possible, and I think that's a huge part with dealing with atheists. Most of these guys can sniff out religious frauds. Most of these guys can sniff out religious frauds in a heartbeat. I mean, a lot of them have, especially those who have deconverted, will often have really twisted thinking. They're the ones that deconverted were usually very fundamentalist or experiential Christians. They were never really deep in their theology, so they didn't understand Christianity to begin with. So when they deconverted, they just brought that misunderstanding with them. So they're hostile to a form of Christianity that doesn't really exist. So you're dealing with an extra layer of complexity with, say, a deconverted Christian who becomes an atheist versus, say, an atheist who grew up in an atheist home with atheist parents. Because an atheist that grew up in an atheist home with atheist parents was probably never exposed to Christianity to begin with. Yeah, so he doesn't have anything to unlearn. I mean, he might have some silly preconceptions. I mean, there was one colleague I talked to. This was when I worked in the movie industry. And he was an atheist, but he never deconverted. He just grew up in an atheist home. And he thought Christianity was Jesus Christ saving mankind from the dinosaurs. Legitimately. I mean, this is what he really believed. This is what he really believed. So, in that particular case, he had to unlearn that preconceived notion, but that was really the only preconceived notion he had. He didn't have that whole mental baggage of black and white thinking that a lot of deconverted Christians have.
All you had to do is say, no, that's not what Christians believe.
Yeah.
What do they believe? You tell them, and he goes, oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was basically, Christians don't believe that. And he goes, well, then what do they believe? And then, you tell him, and it's just like, if anything, he sounded disappointed. Jesus Christ saving mankind from the dinosaurs sounds infinitely more cool than Jesus Christ saving mankind from their sins. But, so, so you can talk to atheists about Jesus Christ, but again, the approach has to be friendly, genuine, loving. Keep that in mind, loving, and sensitive. And sensitive here, I mean, is considering their background. You got to know enough about an atheist to know what the proper approach is. Because you will, if you go hard and heavy on a deconverted Christian, you're just going to drive them further into atheism. I mean, that's really, until you engage that thought process, and it's really hard to do. It's really hard to undo that method of sort of making the world understandable for them. It's an uphill battle. It really is an uphill battle. So, in many respects, the atheists that had come from no religious background at all, much easier to talk to. Much less likely to take offense, also. A lot less likely to take offense. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. What was that?
I was about to get eaten by that T-Rex, too. So was my lawyer.
See if I can grab that. Urod says, I was about to get eaten by that T-Rex too, and so was my lawyer. Well, serves you right for messing with genetic material from mosquitoes. Oops. Yeah, that's fun. All right, so anyway, Renzo Flutes, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated, and it's a good question. Okay. Next super chat here is Alexander Mendez. Can you speak ancient Egyptian? I can't speak any language very well, let alone English. I mean, speaking is a really, really difficult skill to acquire. I can read it just fine. Speaking it? Oh, man. I mean, I know 13, 14 languages, something like 15. Yeah. I know about 15 languages. I can't speak any of them, but I can read them. You know, that's something you pick up as you go along. Speaking is an audio vocal skill that you have to pick up in addition to all of the others. So it's really, really difficult, especially if you don't have someone to speak with, to learn how to speak something. Now, I can read it, and I can pronounce it as I read it, but, you know, speaking it, you know, I could say some small sentences off the top of my head. You know, you raha em aket. You know, the sun is in the sky. Okay, or is on the horizon. Okay, so there's a little bit of Egyptian for you. So that's just something that you just sort of, you know, it's not an important skill. It's more important to read it than it is to speak it. So anyway, okay. So and he also asked the question, what does Exodus 4:24 mean? Well, let's pull up the text and let's find out. There we go. Get it back here. Exodus. Exodus 4:24. Okay, this is the Zipra text. Okay. Well, the text says, it came about at the lodging place on the way that the Lord met him and sought to put him to death. All right. Here's what it means. Is God was going to kill him. Simply put, God was going to kill Moses. Now, the background of this text is that Moses was circumcised, but he was supposed to lead the Israelites out of Egypt as basically God's representative of God's covenant to the chosen people of Israel and of Abraham. But Moses had failed to circumcise his own son. Okay? And that was because they were from Midian. And the Midianites didn't circumcise. Now, Egyptians circumcised. I mean, we've got evidence of Egyptians circumcising themselves. But we have no evidence of, I mean, the Midianites didn't do this. So Moses had followed the Midianite practice of leaving his son uncircumcised. But as leading the people of Israel out of Egypt, he had to have his own family, his own son, circumcised. And he wasn't man enough to do it. So God was about to kill him. And this is why Zipra took over, cut his son's foreskin off in verse 25, and assuaged God's anger. And that's because the anger had been kindled because he hadn't kept the covenant. Every generation following Abraham was supposed to be circumcised according to the covenant. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. What's this here? Timestamp. All right, that's actually a good follow-up question. We'll take that. $9.52. See here. All right, there's a good follow-up question from BC. Can we even know how ancient Egyptians sounded? Yes, to some degree, yeah, we can. The reason why is because the Coptic language is essentially late Egyptian. And it uses a phonetic alphabet. It uses a form of the Greek alphabet. And the Coptic language is actually very well preserved. Now, we have two dialects of Coptic, but they don't differ that much. So if you want to know what ancient Egyptians sounded like, just go listen to some Coptic, Coptic chants, etc. Now, there was some change in the language from Middle Egyptian to Late Egyptian, and including some consonantal shifts. So we're less sure of what Middle Egyptian would have sounded like, but we do have some idea of how it would have sounded. This is one of the reasons why I am not a huge fan of, say, attempts to, say, reconstruct. There was a paper that was done a few years ago. Can't remember the author's name. Who tried to reintroduce vowels back into Middle Egyptian, but he sort of tried to use a Semitic paradigm to do it. And the problem with that thesis was we don't find that Semitic paradigm in Coptic. So he had done this reconstruction without really considering Coptic in his analysis. So this is why one of the reasons why scholars today still use, say, just the consonants when they refer to, say, Old or Middle Egyptian. And again, that's all of that is because of the we're not sure exactly of how the vowels would have been inserted. And at the same time, too, we do know that there was consonantal shift on some of those consonants, particularly the vulture, also sometimes called the aleph. So we know that consonant definitely shifted several times. So we're not so sure about Middle Egyptian, and we're definitely not sure of Old Egyptian. But we're clear on Late Egyptian and on Coptic. Coptic we're very clear on how it would have sounded. And Coptic really was the last phase of the Egyptian religion. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. An interesting question, and I hope that helped.
What language are they trying to speak in Stargate?
Okay, I'll take that.
Is it nonsense?
Danny Man asks, what language are they speaking or trying to speak in Stargate SG-1? Okay. They are doing a very butchered Egyptian. Very butchered. Okay? What they're trying to show in Stargate SG-1 is what would happen if you take Egyptian and you allow it to continue to morph over time. So what they do is they introduce certain shifts in pronunciation. Like, for example, there's this one point where he's the doctor is talking to one of the native women, and he says netter. She says netter, and he says netcher. He's using the older Egyptian, but they assume in SG-1 that the language continued to develop, and it dropped the ch sound on the bola character. So she corrects him in netter. Now the Egyptians would have pronounced that netcher. So so they're assuming a fictional development of the Egyptian language. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate that. And you said there was another follow-up here? That answered it? Okay, awesome.
Were there any sounds we know that Egyptians did they have an accent?
Okay, we'll take that one too. Talitha says, were there any sounds we know the Egyptians couldn't pronounce? Did they have an accent? Oh, everyone has an accent. Everybody has an accent. That just comes with language. If you speak a language, you have an accent. Okay? You might not have much of an accent, or your accent may not be so characteristic, but everyone has an accent. Now, were there some sounds that the Egyptians couldn't pronounce? They had some difficulty with R's and L's, just like the Japanese did. So, they would conflate R's and L's, and they'd use the same character for both. A lot of languages have that problem, though. But that's the one we know they had difficulty with. But that's fairly common with a lot of languages. So anyway, that's the quick answer to that one. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Yes, Stuart Tyson Smith helped him with that. Yeah. Yeah, Stuart Tyson Smith was the consultant on their Egyptian. But again, he's also assuming. Now, you go to a classroom in England and, they'll tell you these guys are not speaking true Egyptian. They're not even close. In fact, there was some mistakes, especially in, for example, that correction on the blackboard that the doctor does at the very beginning. Yeah, there was some mistakes on that correction. So while Stuart helped, I don't know if some of that help got lost in say script editing, which always happens. This is one of the I've done some consultation for movie studios, video game companies. One of the things you learn as a consultant, as an Egyptologist who consults in the media, is that they often don't listen to you. They often won't listen to what you say because there'll be creative differences. So you can tell them a certain thing, and they will end up just doing something else completely different. Just because they've already got some idea in place that they've planned for. Like, for example, let's say they did a jewel collar, and they want you to come in and consult on the jewelry, which is something that Egyptologists do. I've done it. And, they'll have a collar of moonstones. Well, you tell them, though, they never used moonstones. Oh, we've already paid $50,000 for the prop. Okay, that decision's made. You might as well not ask at this point. It's done. I mean, just. It's very true. It is very, very true. 1000 Clever Boy. The movie people will prioritize the story over accuracy. Oh, every time. Every time. And they'll prioritize their costuming over accuracy every time.
But then when they get someone like you watching it turns out to be a very bizarre story.
Yeah, it does look very bizarre. From like one of the things I like, the I don't know who did the consulting on Exodus, Gods and Kings, but wow, the costuming on that, so bizarre. Terrible. So yeah. So yeah, they have other priorities. They want to make it look cool. They want to make it look, exciting, thrilling. They're gonna cut up the story the way they want. And any consulting you do, you kind of have to go, okay, at least your check cashed. That's really what it comes down to when you consult, is you go, yeah, as long as the check cashes, okay, we're good. We're real good.
They had consultants?
Cody McGee, they had consultants? Yes, they had consultants. It doesn't look like it, but they had consultants. They just didn't listen to them. They never listened to them. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Alrighty, let's see, where did I leave off? I start writing down timestamps myself. All right, found it. So, next super chat is from Joseph Green for $5. Thank you much for the super chat. We are adopting internationally. So, my question concerns adoption. All right, fantastic. Was the adoption of Moses by the Egyptians an uncommon practice? God bless. Oh, not at all. It was not an uncommon practice for Egyptians to adopt. In fact, it was quite common. There were several circumstances under which a person would adopt. And both men and women could adopt on their own authority. Okay, that was just common practice. Now, they could adopt to have an heir. You know, a childless couple could adopt just to have an heir, someone to inherit their stuff. They also adopted to emancipate slaves. So let's say you want to free a slave. The first thing you would do is you would adopt that slave as a son, and then you'd give them a writ of an emancipation. They wouldn't have the rights of the son, but they would at that point be free. So we have a couple really interesting papyri on this. There was a widow. There was a widow who wanted to marry. She wanted to marry again, but she ended up wanting to marry her slave. So what she did was she adopted her adult slave, emancipated him, and then married him. You just gotta love the Egyptian legal system. Yeah. Women in Egypt had almost an uncontested right to adopt. And the only two people who could not adopt in Egyptian society were slaves and sons and daughters of the king. They had no right to adopt. And that was a security concern within the palace. So, but anyone else in Egyptian society could, any adult, I should say, in Egyptian society could adopt on their own initiative. And they could adopt whoever they basically was, did not already have parents. So yeah, it was very, very common in Egypt. And the reason why Moses's Egyptian mother was able to adopt too, we have to keep this in mind, was that she was not the daughter of the king at the time when she adopted him. At the time, she was the daughter of the vizier, or potentially the daughter of the vizier's son. So she was not at the time a royal, so she could adopt. And then when her father or grandfather became king, then she became a daughter of the king at that point. But that was after the adoption had already been done, as it were. So yeah, adoption in Egypt was a very common practice. It was a very, very common practice. So anyway, I hope that helped. I hope that explained it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. JP for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Favorite elevator argument for God's existence? I don't use a lot of arguments for the existence of God. I don't. It's for me. It's more. I tend to go more towards saying just assuming the existence of God because of the history of what happened in the Bible. You know, the Bible presumes the existence of God. It never argues for the existence of God. There was a time when I really was into arguments for the existence of God, especially in my undergrad years when I was very much did a lot of philosophy of religion in college. But I found over time that they didn't really ever convince anyone. And they seem to only convince those who were predisposed to believe in the first place and create arguments from those who didn't believe. So I found it much more effective to go just straight to the text, you know. And again, I'm not really into elevator pitches either. So if I have to do it really, really quickly, I would then argue just for the historicity of the Bible, and then say, okay, you can choose to believe or not to believe, and they'll either believe or they don't. So I found that sort of a softer touch on this is usually more effective than trying to come up with a 90-second Callum argument or a cosmological argument or a teleological argument. So, you know, I've really found that those arguments are not all that great as, say, you know, trying to convince anyone of anything. So I've taken a lot more pragmatic approach to this over the years. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope that helps. But again, I don't have a favorite argument here because I don't use them. So thank you very much for the super chat. Okay. Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, and David, someone says 2 Kings 8:26 and 2 Chronicles 22 was Ahaziah at 22 the first time he ruled. 42nd the second time. But if he reigned 1 year, didn't he die at 23? Okay. Let's look at this here. Now, we're going to take a look at something else here before we start. Okay, so second, let's look at the two passages here. So 2 Kings 8:26. File here. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, and the granddaughter of Omni, king of Israel. Okay, so that's the first passage. The second passage. 2 Chronicles 22. verse 2. Ahaziah was 22 when he became king, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Athaliah, the granddaughter of Omri. Now, where are you getting the 42 the second time? Because what I've got here, unless there's another passage you're not quoting here. So it's kind of hard for me to comment on a second passage you're not quoting. So I can't really point out an inconsistency here or a text until I got a different. Because Chronicles is basically doing the same sort of narrative here, I think, as Second Kings. Yeah, 2 Kings 8:26. Yeah, it's the same narrative. Yeah, I think this is going to be a text critical issue, but I can't, unless I've got both texts, I can't examine the text critical issue. So, is it the KJV that says 42? Let's just take a look at the KJV. Maybe this is just a translational issue. All right, that's for 2 Kings, says 22 years of the KJV. And 2 Chronicles 22, verse 2. Yeah, this is a KJV issue. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be a text critical issue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we'd have to look at, say, things such as I'd have to look to really sort of investigate the origins of that text. I have to look into the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that stuff, and that would probably take too much time for me to address here. But it does seem that most modern translations are going to go with the 22 years here in 2 Chronicles 22:2. Let's just see what the MT says. Just do a quick look at the MT. Yeah, now the Masoretic text does say 40 and 2. Okay. So the Masoretic text does seem to confirm that, but again, we'd have to look at the Dead Sea Scrolls to see if there's a different basically text that's yeah, and I have to look at an apparatus too to get a better sense of this as well. So again, it is a text critical issue. Teely goes with the 22, and I think the 22 definitely makes more sense here. So, why is it 42? It's hard to say. But what does the Septuagint say? Let's go to the Septuagint. Does the Septuagint say it? And give us any insight here? Okay, interesting. The Septuagint says 22. Okay, so now we got two choices. You got the Masoretic text, which says 42. You got the Septuagint that says 22. Now you got a choice. You got to choose now the text variant that makes the most sense here. And the text variant that would be probably more likely is based on, you'd now then consult 2 Kings 8:26, and that would sort of help you make your decision here of what's the most likely reading. So the most likely reading is going to be 22. So, Septuagint, everyone grab your toga. The Greeks didn't wear togas, not until the Romans came. I know, I'm a historical killjoy. Historical accuracy versus the storyline. All right. So, that's the answer to the question. It's a text critical question. The Masoretic text says 42, in 2 Chronicles 22:2, and the Septuagint says 22. Then you have to compare it to what's most likely given 2 Kings 8:26, and that gets you the 22 in modern translations. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, Renzel Flutes for 500 yen. Thank you for that super chat. He goes at Sentinel Apologetics. It looks like the super chat dueling has begun. Super chats at 50 paces. Who'll fire first? Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. Renzel Flutes. Let the super chat battle begin. BC for $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are some things about the transmission of Scripture and how we get the modern Bible that most Christians don't know, but would be good for them to know? Okay. It's an interesting question. The first thing I think Christians should know about the transmission of the text is that we do have more than one variant of it. Okay. Their English Bibles is essentially a set of scholarly choices. I think one of the things that they really need to know is translations are interpretations. Okay. Translations are interpretations. The translator of any text is interpreting the text to translate it. He has to take a text and from one language, interpret it in his mind to a second language, and then write that down. So I think most Christians need to know this, that their English Bibles are the result of interpretation. And it's the result of scholarship. You know, I do hear Christians still that often say that they don't need scholarship, all they need is their English Bible. Well, how did you get your English Bible? Yeah, I mean, if you want me to hand you a Hebrew scroll and text fragments and you put a piece together, yeah, go for it. But you know, it's good luck. Maybe in 10 years you'll have something productive, but yeah. So our English Bibles are the result of scholarship, whether or not we like to recognize it or not. There's no such thing as Nuda Scriptura. You know, you can't just depend on the Bible alone, because it's the result of scholarship already, a huge, vast amount of scholarship. It's also an interpretation. I mean, unless you're reading it from the original Greek and Hebrew, and even then, how you read it is going to depend on your interpretation at that point. So
you wouldn't have Bibles without stuff. But then you wouldn't have any without the original scribes that
yeah.
from Jesus.
Yeah. My producer says, you know, you wouldn't have your English translations today without scholars, but you also wouldn't have your Bibles at all if it hadn't been for the scribes of the ancient past, essentially. So, you know, we also have to, I think also it would be good for most Christians to know that their idea of, say, inerrancy is based upon a theoretical text that we don't have an original for. That it's based upon the autographa, not the copies. because there were copyist errors. We just encountered one here in 2 Chronicles 22:2. There's a copyist error in that manuscript, and that copyist error has survived into the Masoretic text. So it would be good for them to know that not every jot and tittle is original to the autographs. But also we don't have the autographs, so we often do have to make these scholarly decisions. So it'd be very good for Christians to know how their Bibles got to them. Really, really good for them to know this. How did they get them? Okay, I'm going to take that question here. Okay. Cody Magahi says, are the Septuagint numbers the most accurate then? It depends. One of the things about the Old Testament text criticism is you have to take each text on a case-by-case basis. You can't just do anything blanket statement. There's so much ambiguity going on, and you really have to be comfortable with ambiguity to do Old Testament text criticism. So, in some cases, the Septuagint numbers are more accurate. Some cases, they're not. It really, really depends on the manuscripts. It really, really depends upon particular number of the texts involved. It also depends on what confirming evidence we have. So, in some cases, they're more accurate. Some cases are not. But you have to take them. You really have to take the number, or any passage of the Old Testament, on a complete case-by-case basis. And you have to keep it on a case-by-case basis, just because you can be mid-chapter and some reading is more accurate in one text and not the other. So, okay, I'm going to take that Masoretic thing here. 1000 Cleverboy says the Masoretic text is the latest, so more time for errors to creep in. Not necessarily. It's not the latest. Almost every text critic agrees that the Hebrew manuscript that there are versions of the Masoretic text that are quite late. Okay. But one of the things that we've also noticed about the Masoretic text is the readings have great consistency. Emmanuel Tove actually wrote an article on this. And Tove said that even though the Masoretic text is the latest, that it has more consistency in its readings over time than, say, the Samaritan Pentateuch or the Septuagint. We don't know why that is exactly, but the Masoretic text type does seem to have more consistency over time. So it used to be thought. I mean, text critics used to think the earliest manuscripts have the least errors. That's no longer true. Okay, people don't think that anymore. Generally, that rule has pretty much been thrown out. Now it's, well, the ones with the least errors have the least errors. Go figure. Just because a text is late does not make it less accurate necessarily. So, a text tradition such as the Masoretic text, which has basically its earliest sort of text type in, say, and what I mean by this is the collected manuscripts of the Masoretic text, maybe for 2nd century BC. has maintained more consistency over time. So, this is why we have to take every reading in the Old Testament on a case-by-case basis, because we can't always be sure where the error is. And this is why comparing, say, the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Masoretic text, and the Septuagint all together is so important for the discipline of text criticism. This is how we figure out what's in error, what isn't, based on other texts. Where a reading overlaps is more likely to be correct than a one-off reading. So if you find 4 of those witnesses, you take those 4 witnesses, and you see that 3 agree on a reading, it's probably correct. If you have one outlier, probably not correct. This is why, for example, in Exodus 12, I think it's 35 or 38, where it talks about the 430 years of the Egyptian sojourn. 2 of the 3 text witnesses say Egypt and Canaan, whereas only the Masoretic text says Egypt. So, and Melissa Butler says, it's complicated. Yes, I agree. It's complicated. But this is why it's important to take all of these basically witnesses and compare them with each other. And that's how we try to determine what was in the autographs. So that was a nice little rabbit trail there. Get back to the super chat here that started it all. So it was BC here. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I think as overall, I think if Christians knew how they got their Bibles and what went into those Bibles, I think they'd be a lot better educated and actually a lot more resilient to basically criticisms. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, my producer said the problem is a lot of pastors want black and white, easy to teach. And unfortunately, truth is not always easy. So, okay. Renzo Flutes for 200 yen. Thank you for the super chat. He says, put him up at Sentinel Apologetics. Okay, here we go. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Take more money towards the goal of quitting your job. Well, thank you. I very, very much appreciate it. As I said, we appreciate all the super chats. It helps keep this channel going, and it gets us closer to our goals. So we very much appreciate it, and we thank you for your generosity. Cody McGahee for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. From the Camelopard. What is the meaning behind Acts 8:14-17? It doesn't seem to support most views of salvation that I've seen from Protestants or Catholics. Okay. Pull that up. Acts 8. And I'll pull up the Bible here. And the text reads, Now when the apostles in Jerusalem heard that Samaria had received the word of God, they sent them Peter and John, who came down and prayed for them that they might receive the Holy Spirit. For he had not yet fallen upon any of them, and they had simply been baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus. Then they began laying their hands on them, and they were receiving the Holy Spirit. Now, when Simon saw that the Spirit was bestowed through the laying of hands of the apostles, he offered them money, saying, Give us this authority to me as well, so that everyone whom I lay hands on may receive the Holy Spirit. Okay. Yes, okay, it's very, very different than what Protestants and Catholics normally teach on soteriology. However, there's a special circumstance here too. This is in that weird period between the Ascension and Pentecost. Okay, now we are told in, say, the Gospels that salvation is first unto the Jews, then to Samaria, and then to the Gentiles. So before it's given to the Gentiles, it has to be received also in Samaria. And that's sort of the Samaritans were sort of, how do I say this? These were Israelites who had interbred with Assyrians, but still maintained Israelite practices, at least religious practices. So they were next after it was first received by the Jews. So there's a element of prophecy that has to be fulfilled here. And again, this is before Pentecost. So the timing of this is going to be different than, say, post-Pentecostal soteriology. The way you become saved is still the same, which is they heard, they received, and then they received. Okay. They received the Word of God, they accepted the Word of God, and then they received the Holy Spirit. Now, in all fairness, there are some branches of, say, evangelicalism or even fundamentalism that believe you don't receive the Holy Spirit until after you believe by faith. Okay. But for those who believe in, say, Calvinism, where the idea is you're dead, and until the Holy Spirit regenerates you, you can't receive it. In that particular case, they would point to the fact that this is pre-Pentecost. So they would make a historical argument here. And even Catholics would make a similar argument in that it's only through apostolic authority that one gets saved. So for, say, Catholics, the reception of the Holy Spirit is going to differ by being released through apostolic authority. So it's not inconsistent with Protestant or Catholic soteriology, but they are going to make a qualification of, say, the timing of this, because the importance of this passage is not the reception of the Holy Spirit in normal soteriology, but that the prophecy that the gospel was taken to Samaria next had to be fulfilled. And as I said, it's in that weird period, before Pentecost. So, it's basically showing that God's in control of salvation. And that's what's really being shown here. God's in control of salvation. The Holy Spirit, this is an act of the Holy Spirit. That he's breaking down barriers here. Samaritans are, hey, they get him first. They get the Holy Spirit first. Interesting. It's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it also means, too, we're not Israel. So, that's a controversy all on its own. But, yeah, there are consequences to theology and how we read these and interpret them as well. So, but there's a lot going on in this passage that is more than soteriology. So I think to use this verse and say this is a normative soteriology would not be a good use of this passage, because the purpose of this is to show prophetic fulfillment. And really, also to show, as it does this, that the Holy Spirit is no lapdog. Simon is basically trying to, buy by the Holy Spirit, so he can move the magic. And no, this is God. This is God we're dealing with here, not some magical trick. So anyway, I hope that helps explain the passage. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Cody McGee, I thought Pentecost is in chapter 2. It is in chapter 2, but it's also not telling it you in complete order as well. And that's one of the things we have to understand with a lot of these books. It's not yet in order. Because you see here, it's the passage says here in verse 15, when the apostles, okay, so I think you're right. On second thought, I think you're right. This is after Pentecost. But it's the Spirit had not fallen on any of the Samaritans. Okay, so I think that's what it's saying here. So I thank you for the correction. You're right. Pentecost does happen in chapter 2. And this is noting that the apostles are there to, help them usher in the Holy Spirit. So I do stand corrected on that. Thank you for the correction. So anyway, that's sort of what's going on here then, is it's not normal soteriology because it's trying to fulfill prophecy. It is after Pentecost, so I stand corrected on that. And it's also trying to show that the Holy Spirit cannot be manipulated. So that's the important takeaways of this passage. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from Cooley27 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, according to a legendary ancient transition, FALK, F equals PH, A equals AL, equals RK, equals round H, Falk equals Pharaoh confirmed. I have seen some strange etymological arguments like this. I really have. I mean, it's just... Well, I've seen some real people try to do arguments like this. And... yeah, add it to the rumors from your rod. Wow. Boy, we do have rumors going, don't we? There are enough people already who call me the Pharaoh of YouTube, which I kind of find a little strange all by itself. Wow. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hybrid Roman for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for the great educational content. Well, you're most welcome. This is our way of giving back to the community by coming on and answering your questions every week. So this is what we do, is we provide educational content, teaching video Monday, 3 shorts during the week, and then our live streams on Friday. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop a community here that's excited about ancient Near East and the Bible. So for us, it's how we sort of give back to the community. I mean, yes, you guys are really helping us out, make ends meet with the super chats, but it really was intended to be some way where we can answer questions in a structured manner once a week. And we are trying to share all the knowledge we learned to basically educate people and get them really, really excited about what they're reading. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and it does help support our channel. Okay, I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats. Oh. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. When they put Anubis to bed, was he dog tired? Ooh. Ooh, bad pun. Yeah, he was. Well, you know, when they put him to bed, they did put him to bed. They would put a little cloak around him. He actually got his own little cloak. And you actually see an example of this cloak in Tut's tomb on the Anubis shrine. So the original Anubis shrine had a cloak that covered him. You know, tied around the neck. You know, had to keep the puppy warm. You know? Gets cold in those tombs at night.
More controversial.
Yeah, probably. It didn't come up yet. Would that be more controversial if it was asked of Seth? Laugh out loud. Well, interesting question on that. We only find there is actually only one temple to Seth that we know of, which was actually the temple of Baal at Avaris. And unfortunately, not enough of that temple survived that we know how or if they put Seth to bed. But presumably they did. So I'm not sure what clothing they put on Seth, but we do know that for Anubis, he got a little puppy cape. Yeah, Warrior in the High says, Seth is not a dog, is he? We don't know what he is. Exactly. It's very controversial as to what kind of animal Seth was. You know, some speculated as a donkey, some said horse, some said a hyena. Others have said it's a stylized pig, and I don't see that myself, but the Typhonian beast.
Cody, he's a chupacabra.
If I can get that out here. Yeah, so, I mean, we really don't know what kind of animal he was. Where's that now? 47. He's a chupacabra. Could be. Freaky things, the chupacabra. Ooh. 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 Darn goat suckers.
Puppy Cape is now lore.
Puppy Cape is now lore, yeah. Yeah.
He's a sound fox.
Well, Anubis is a jackal, so he's not a fox. But interesting, there is a god in Egypt called Wet. Yeah, try to say that 10 times fast. Wet was actually a fox, okay, and looks very, very much like Anubis. In fact, the two can be very easy to mistake. He would have had a puppy cape too. Yep, Wet definitely would have had a puppy cape. Oh yeah, now I got to redraw sound foxes with puppy capes. Oh my gosh. So anyway, that was a very interesting little side trip we made there. And let's get back to the super chat. So I want to thank BC for that super chat. And yep, they had puppy capes. Because you have to clothe your gods before you put them to bed. And the way we can clothe a reclined animal is with a cape. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 1,000 Clever Boy for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Please take a non-super chat question. God bless. Well, God bless you too. And thank you very much for the super chat. I'll scan up here and see if I can find a nice juicy question here. Take that. Okay. Let's see if we get a nice juicy question. I'm gonna go up, backwards in time here, and see if I can find something really interesting. I know I got some at the very beginning. I'll take this one from Michael Smith. If you could make your own bumper sticker in any language, Hebrew, hieroglyphs, what would it say? I would do it in hieroglyphs, okay? Because hieroglyphs are just cool. And it would say, if you can read this, you're overeducated.
That is my favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always wanted to do either a shirt or a design like that, where in hieroglyphs it says, "If you can read this, you're overeducated." So, so anyway, that's the bumper sticker I would make if I made a bumper sticker. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for the sponsored super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. Cody McGahee for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. When Yeshua died, did he ascend to heaven with the thief, or did he descend to Sheol to preach to the souls? Okay, great question. Now, what he said to the thief is, today you will be with me in paradise. Now, does that mean that the thief went directly to heaven? Now, almost every exegete will agree that paradise is synonymous with heaven. But Sheol was not a horrible place for the souls of the blessed dead. Okay? It was just not a horrible place for them. So what happened is, the sequence of events seems to be that the thief followed Christ down to Sheol, or that Christ made it to heaven first, and then the thief followed him. Now, we do know of the three thieves, the two thieves on the crosses, and Christ. Christ died first. So Christ is the first of the three to die. In fact, the Romans are rather surprised. They're actually shocked that Christ is, expired first. They shouldn't really been, because they beat the stuffings out of him, but at this point, Christ dies first, and he descends to Sheol. Now, we don't know how long it took him to preach to the souls in Sheol, but presumably less than a day. Maybe 20 minutes, who knows? That's more than enough time for Christ to preach to the souls in Sheol and ascend to heaven, in which case afterwards the thief on the cross dies and then meets him in paradise. So it's all going to depend upon how you interpret the time frames here. However, suffice it to say, Christ's words are true in either case. That day, the thief was with Christ in paradise. So that's probably the timing of what's going on here. So the only question is, really, in all of this, is did the thief actually see Sheol, or was Christ already finished preaching to the to those in Sheol prior to the death of the thief? So either way, he would have followed Christ, and that's really what the text is driving at here. The text is driving at the idea that, yeah, you'll be with me in paradise today. So it's an excellent question, and I think there is, as I say, aspects of timing here, because as I said, they're going to linger. The two thieves are going to linger on for hours. They're going to linger on for hours after Christ is already dead. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great, great question. BC, for $2 Australian, thank you very much for the super chat. Any idea why Job's daughters are named? I would have to look at that text more carefully to give you a good answer to that question. Names in Hebrew often have significance. So I need a passage here so I don't scramble through the text to try to figure that out. So I need a little more to go on here. I need a scriptural context here. So, for example, Ruth's sons, are named illness and weakness. No mother names their children illness and weakness. It's something parents don't do. But it's there. Those names have been intentionally altered to drive home a point, and that point is that Ruth's sons were not healthy. They were not healthy, and they didn't survive. So, but you do get the Hebrew scribes and the Hebrew authors tweaking names. For example, in the narrative of David, when he encounters Nabal, the husband of Abigail. Nabal means fool. No mother names their kid fool. That's a name you earn. But it's to drive home a point that Nabal, in his encounters with David, was being incredibly foolish. David could have killed him and the entire household, and had intended to, when Abigail intercedes for him. So, tweaking names was a part of the authorial process. So there's probably some reason why the daughters in Job are named, but I'd have to probably take a good look here at what they have. Let me see if it's at the end of Job, as you said. It's 7 sons and 3 daughters. The first is Yemiah. Second is Keziah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, there is something here to this. Now, I'm not going to be able to tell you Yaminaya. Yaminaya. The first name I'm going to have to sort of would have to research a little more here. And this is in Job chapter 42, verse 14. And he started 13. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters. He named the first Yemaiah. And not sure what that was significance of. Kasaya is a play on the word cassia, so spice. And the third was Karim Hapuk. Horn of antimony, basically an antimony cup, basically something you'd serve wine in. And verse 15, in all the land no women were found as so fair as the Job's daughters, and their father gave them inheritance among their brothers. Okay, so these were exceptional women. They were part of the bounty. So I think one of the reasons why they're named here is they are symbolic of, say, the restoration of not just Job's posterity, but his wealth as well. That he's naming daughters here after things of incredibly valuable substance. So anyway, that's what I think is going on here. Is it's representative of say greater blessing and abundance. So I think that's why it's named, because they're particularly apt. So this is a special circumstance that helps to convey the narrative of Job's restoration. So that's probably the best indication I can give you here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and very much appreciate it. Okay, and the next one here, timestamp. Okay, I think we are on the last super chat. I think that's the last super chat. Once we finish the what?
Those names are translated and then David fought against him.
Yeah, it would be cool if those names were translated. Well, you lose a lot when they're not. This is why I think a good apparatus on a Bible translation is really important, because if you can get some idea of what those names mean, it is really helpful. It really helps you understand the text. So I also think a good Bible apparatus, and I think good study Bible should do this, which is add, say, the insider information, especially on genealogies. There's a lot of insider information that a Hebrew reader would have understood about, say, genealogies that an American would just not get.
They really need it.
Yeah, they do need to add it as footnotes. But hey, they don't let me translate, so yeah. Oh yeah, true. Okay. Eddie P for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Douglas Petrovich teaches actively in Ukraine and Russia, and people there hold to an early Exodus. Do you know of any good Eastern European Egyptologists, Bible scholars writing in this area? No, not in this area. I do know of Eastern European Egyptologists. There's many good Eastern European Egyptologists, particularly coming out of the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic has a lot of good Egyptologists. In fact, they're the ones that have the concession at Pithom, and that's providing a lot of insight to our understanding of, say, the first chapters of Exodus. Now, oddly enough, I was actually at one point contacted by the school that Petrovich founded. And the president of that school had heard one of our live streams. And he liked what I said about reading the Bible so much that he asked for permission to take my quote and put it in a plaque that he hung above his office. So, and when he contacted me, he goes, yeah, we're the school that Petrovich helped found. But we don't always agree with him, and we know there's some issue there with you and him. And so, do you mind if still we use this? I said, sure, no problem. Okay. That school was very small. We have to understand that even though Petrovich did teach in Ukraine, Russia, the school he founded was not very big. It was only like 50 people. So it was a tiny, tiny school. But, I don't have any animosity towards that school. Now, yeah, they're probably still using Petrovich's materials, but, until they hear otherwise, how they're going to know. I don't blame them for that. So, I don't know of any good Bible scholars who are writing in this area, but there's very few Bible scholars writing in this area anyway. Just because it tends to get you in hot water.
They don't let you publish.
Yeah, and they don't let you publish either, but it doesn't help. So it's kind of hard to make a career when they don't let you publish. Yeah. So, I've had publishers ask me to write an essay on the Exodus, and basically at the beginning tell me I can write anything I want, and I say, "Go, great, fantastic." So I write what I want, and they go, "Oh, you can't write that. You'll alienate all our early Exodus readers." Then why did you say I could write anything I want? When I first wrote my book, which I'll pitch again here, if I'm not. So, my book, Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. They first asked me, well, love the idea for the book, you just can't use any dates of the pharaohs. I said, what? It's a book on Egyptology. We know the dates. This stuff is eminently dateable. That's that. I said, for me, that's a non-starter. That's not.
The whole point was
Yeah.
periods of art styles. Lock it into place.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole point of the book, which is that styles of art and iconography are dateable. And they're dateable because they are dateable to the reigns of specific kings. So if you can't include the dates of the kings, you're losing a whole massive chunk of information there. So I told them that was non-negotiable. I have to have the dates of the kings. And then they said, well, okay, but then you gotta put your view of the Exorcism in there. I didn't even ask for that. That wasn't even in the original proposal. Just basically I was going to leave it to originally in the original proposal. I was going to leave it to essentially the reader's discretion to basically figure it out on his own. But they wanted me to explicitly write about this, which is fine. Okay, that's totally cool. So, okay. But, a less enlightened publisher would have refused to have let me publish that, because I've been through that before, more than once. So, having those views are likely to get you heavily censored, or blacklisted altogether. Yeah, don't get me started on what ABR's done. So anyway, it's unfortunate that they are teaching Petrovich's garbage over there, but I hope they start getting more materials that are better and higher quality. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we're at the end of. Are we at the end of the super chats here? I think we are, but let me just check. Get right to the end here. Okay, so we're at the end of the super chats. So we're going to take some non-super chats, and then we're going to probably call it a night. And maybe I can, hey, look, it's not 4 hours. We'll be able to go to bed early. Wouldn't that be a treat? All right, so let's take a few non-super chats and then we can call it a night. I'm going to scan here for some non-super chats. Yeah. I'll actually take Francis Dobbs here. Do all Christians find the date of the Exodus touchy? Fortunately not. Does it depend on church whether late Exodus views are controversial, i.e. denominations or other schools of theological thought? Oh, yes. This is something that falls really down denominational lines. Okay? Mainstream Protestants, Catholics, Eastern Orthodox don't understand what the issue is about. They don't care. In fact, if you're mainstream Protestant, you're more likely to be late Exodus than early Exodus. Okay? If you're evangelical or fundamentalist, you're more likely to hold an early Exodus date and be touchy about it. Okay? Now, why? It comes down to the history of the dogma. The dogma was started in 1906 by James Orr. Prior to 1906, there was no concept of an early Exodus date. At least not as presented in its modern form. But it was published in a book that attacked liberal scholarship. And that book was wildly popular in North America. And quite coincidentally, timed with the Schofield Bible. So a lot of fundamentalists maybe had those two books on their shelves. You know, James Orr's his theology book and the Schofield Bible, and they would use them together. So the two views became sort of joined at the hip. Where if you were, say, so the late Exodus view, which had been the traditional view up to that point, became associated with liberal scholarship, whereas, say, the early Exodus date became more associated with conservatism and fundamentalism. So that was an accident of theological history that has commuted over into this debate. Now, also into this debate is that the early date of the Exodus is also associated with American biblical chronology. So they tend to read the genealogies as a literal account of chronology. And of course, it's a Western reading. It's not an Eastern reading, it's a Western reading, but they read it wooden literally. This is also why you find a lot of early Exodus supporters are also American young earth creationists. The two views are joined at the hip. So if you're an early Exodus supporter, you're likely to be an American young earth creationist. And the reverse is true as well. So this is why you always see a lot of early Exodus supporters say, double down on, quote, biblical chronology, which is an interpretation of the genealogies. So, given that, and the fact that early Exodus supporters tend to be very, very generous donors, schools are reticent to go against the view, even if their staff and faculty think it's the correct view. And so that's one of the reasons why it's so controversial. There's money at stake, a lot of money. You know, early Exodus supporters would think nothing about pulling all their donations. You know, if they found the school they were supporting also supported a late Exodus view, or even allowed a late Exodus view to, say, have the better of them in a debate. So yeah, it's a very touchy subject. There's a lot of controversy behind it because of its attachment to American Young Earth creationism, to American biblical chronology, the way that American fundamentalism views like 1 Kings 6:1 as a shibboleth test on how to read the Bible. The idea here is if you read 1 Kings 6:1 literally, you're going to read the rest of the Old Testament literally. That doesn't necessarily follow, but it's their view. So other denominations don't care, but you will find this along more independent community churches, fundamentalist churches, and say evangelical churches. So anyway, I hope that explained the question. Thank you very much for the question, and I very much appreciate it. Okay, we got a super chat here from, it hasn't come quite up yet, but all right, so here it is. Okay, from Historical Strategy Gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sorry I'm late. Well, better late than never. What parts did the Bronze Age collapse had on the decline and fall of the New Kingdom? Oh, quite a bit. The Bronze Age collapse affected the entire Fertile Crescent, from Mesopotamia all the way into Egypt. Now, it affected Egypt a little different than the other kingdoms. Egypt didn't quite suffer as fast. And part of the reason was because what you had with the Bronze Age collapse is you had basically a drought that affected the entire Levant. Okay? Now, Israel itself seems to have gotten away with not having been as hard hit by this drought. But the Hittite Empire was really hit hard by that drought. It also spread down into East Africa as well, but that took some time. So the Bronze Age collapse is going to hit the New Kingdom at the end of Dynasty 20. Okay, you're already going to see it start during the reign of Ramses III. You're going to see this spike in inflation. You're going to see this. The price of everything is going to just go through the roof. They're going to lose their hegemonic holdings because they just can't get the wood to make the chariots to keep going and securing those lands. So it's going to play a role. It's definitely going to play a role, especially in the inability of Egypt to maintain its hegemonic holdings. And because it can't maintain its hegemonic holdings, it can't hedge inflation. Egypt needed those hegemonic holdings to shore up its economy, to inject more supplies into its barter economy to reduce the price of everything. And because it couldn't do that, the price of everything just went through the roof. Natural economics took place. And when natural economics takes place, sometimes you get hyperinflation. And that's what happened in Egypt. You had hyperinflation on everything. And that was caused by diminished supply. So you had some drought, yes, diminishment of supply of food. You had the loss of the hegemonic holdings, so diminished supply of bronze and wood and all that other stuff they imported. So it accelerated that collapse. But it's going to take place about, say, 100 years later. So whereas you had the collapse of, say, the Hittite Empire during the reign of Merneptah, you're not going to see the same thing happening in Egypt until the end of Ramses III's reign, about 50, 70 years later, something like that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. And yeah, it does play. I think it's important to just add here that the Bronze Age collapse is a season. It's not just a year. And I think some people get like Eric Klein, who's done basically the majority of writing on this. His book kind of sometimes misleads you, even though he doesn't say it himself, that it took place in a particular year. And I think the evidence is much more consistent with the idea that this is a seasonal change that happens across the Levant and Egypt. So I think, again, it's a season. It takes place over about 2 centuries. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, we'll see about taking some of his questions. So the one I also wanted to look at here, I found kind of provocative.
He said, did they stop hyper?
Okay. I'll take the bonbon question just to. Did they stop the hyperinflation by increasing supply then? Yeah, well, that's how they typically stopped hyperinflation, is by increasing the supply of goods from their satellite nations. Okay? So that's how they did it. And that's the only way you can do it in a barter economy, is to increase the supply. Once you increase the supply, inflation goes down. You're essentially printing more goods to hedge the supply issue, because you're dealing with a barter economy here. So anyway, thank you for that follow-up question. The one I wanted to take is actually above here, by Cooley27. What extra biblical knowledge do we have for the policy described in Genesis 47:5 and its chronological window? Okay. I'll pull up the Bible here. And the text reads, and this is, Joseph has been made vizier, and he's now second in command of all of Egypt. And in this verse it says, and Joseph made a statute concerning the land of Egypt valid to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th. Only the land of the priests did not become Pharaoh's. All right. We actually have this in the writings of Achmosa, first king of Dynasty 18, where, and actually his predecessor, Kamosa. Kamosa basically says he rebelled against the king of the Hyksos, of the Avaris, because of high taxation. Okay, so the idea here was that they basically get 20% of all the produce, and only the land of that belonged to the priestly holdings was not taxed. And that's because priests had their own particular land grants, and they would work those land grants, and that was for the offerings for the Egyptian temples. So, so the idea that the king got a 5th was something that was mentioned in sort of the taxation complaint of Kamosa, last king of Dynasty 17. So that's our evidence that taxation was high. And the other thing was that one of the things that was also written in, say, in some of the soldiers that fought for Achmosa the first, was that they got, as part of their service, a piece of land. What that tells us is that the majority of land was not actually under the control of the men who fought. That part of what Achmosa did when he conquered Avaris was break up the land grant that had been given to the king and parceled it out. He parceled it out to his soldiers, at least his officers. Of course, Achmosa probably kept the biggest piece for himself. Okay? The king always did. But one of those really important pieces went to the Ramesside clan, who would ultimately come to rule Egypt themselves. I mean, this is how, say, the Ramesside clan got control over Goshen. Was his ancestor fought in that war as a high commander, and as a result, got that piece of land around Avaris. So, what's up?
Historical gaming, strategy gaming, they throw tea into the forest.
The Avaris Tea Party. I know tea wasn't in Egypt at the time, just being funny. Yeah, the Avaris Tea Party. Well, they did go to the ships. And they ransacked the ships. Yeah. Yeah, that holds true. Yeah, that's consistent, yeah. They kept the gold though. I mean, one of the reports was, yeah, they didn't throw the gold in the river. They did find when they did conquer Avaris, they did find ships full of cargo, merchandise, precious metals, and all that the Hyksos had intended to trade to their across the Mediterranean. So, yeah, that would be quite a comparable. Yeah, the Avaris Tea Party would actually be quite comparable. Again, no tea, but it was as much a taxation dispute as anything. Funny that. So anyway, thank you for that question. Very much appreciate it. And we do have some evidence for those particular policies. Well, the follow-up question by Cooley here. Did that policy get upended? To some extent, it did not get completely redressed. What did happen is that the new regime of the 18th dynasty broke up the land grants and distributed them. So basically, the taxation rate was the same, but they didn't pull in as much, because a lot of that taxation was based on ownership of the land. Whoever owned the land collected the goods. So in the case of, say, the high officials that got part of those land grants, they would parcel them out to other workers, to farmers. And then the aristocracy would then tax the lower classes, and then the king would tax them. So there'd be this sort of trickle-down effect of taxation. So it would still remain true of, say, tax grants that the king still held, but the ones he had parceled himself, or had parceled to his commanders, they would have been taxed at a lower rate. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. Okay, going to take a couple more super chats here, a couple more non-super chats, and then I'm going to call it a night. Just want to check something here before we close too. Okay. Alrighty, and then let's just take a few more questions. Okay, I'll take this Bonbon question. And he says, You once said that Amenhotep III's religious reforms were perhaps just as revolutionary as those of Akhenaten, but you haven't elaborated. What were these reforms and their importance, and what was their purpose? Okay. Part of those purposes, the reforms served two purposes in the time of Amenhotep III. One, to reduce the number of deities being worshipped at important cult sites. Okay. One of the things that we know about, say, the reforms of Amenhotep III was that they were, how do I say this? They reduced the number of gods. When Amenhotep III took the throne, there was more than one, say, how do I say, mother cults in that Luxor-Karnak area. At, say, Luxor, they were worshipping Amenet as the wife of Amun-Re. Whereas in Karnak, they had a cult of Mut, who was apparently the wife of Amun-Re. So you had two claimants to be wife of Amun-Re. You had an overlapping god. For example, you also had, for example, Horus being worshipped at Luxor and Khonsu at Karnak. So what happened is when Amenhotep III tore down the temple of Luxor, he turned it 90 degrees to face Karnak. And when he rebuilt it, he replaced Amenet with Mut, and he replaced Horus with Khonsu. This had the effect of reducing the number of cults that were necessary, that were being worshipped at the time. Basically, what he did was he did a really, really big expense, which is rebuilding that temple and destroying all the idols in it, to reduce the number of deities he'd have to pay off in the long run, and the number of priesthoods. He essentially consolidated the religions that were found in that Luxor-Karnak area, in that East Thebes area. So he didn't need any more 5 castes of priests. He could get away with just 3. That's less people to feed, less people to house, an easier sort of cult structure to pay off in the long run. So that was many of the reforms that he made, was just an overall reduction, and possibly even more. I mean, it's possible there were even other cults in there at the time, because Luxor was not a small temple, even when he tore it down. So anyway, I hope that elaborated on. Thank you very much for the question. Really very much appreciate it. And thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, Adrian Rodriguez here asks the question: which English translation is most accurate to the original text, both Old Testament and New Testament, for Bible study purposes? Thanks. I'm a huge fan of the New American Standard Version 1977. It is by far the most accurate translation that I've found to date. Okay, it's not terribly good English though. I think though, for study purposes, I would now, even though it has sort of Baptist roots, and I'm not quite fond of that, the Christian Standard Bible is very, very good. In fact, it's almost become my go-to choice now. The Christian Standard Bible has just hit the right balance of accuracy and translation, and they take a hybrid approach. So they're not just considering the grammar, the syntax, and the latest scholarship, They're also weighing that against a thought translation as well, and sort of taking the best of both worlds. So it depends on what you mean for Bible study purposes. For scholarly purposes, I'd probably still go with the NASB if you can't read the Hebrew or Greek. But if you're talking, say, personal Bible study, or even apologetics, the Christian Standard Bible is really good. So that's my favorites at the moment. I've heard recently good things about the Net Bible. I haven't read it and evaluated it myself, so I can't recommend it. But, and I don't have a copy of it. So, yeah. Hi, Clever Boy. Yeah, just as soon as I said that, he puts that up. Thoughts on the Net Bible. I don't have a copy of it. So, if someone ever sends me a copy, yeah, I'd probably evaluate it. But unless somebody sends it to me. Yeah, goes to buy a CSB. Yep. I just wish it was a little less expensive. The CSB is quite expensive, so at least getting a nice edition of it. But the ESV, not so fond of. To be frank, I've seen some translations in this ESV that yeah, the Bible's free on the internet. Maybe it is, but it's for me. I still prefer hard copies. I mean, I guess what can I say? I mean, I'm a hard copy reader, so unless it's in hard copy, I just don't usually will read it. Because you're flipping around a lot when you're doing Bible evaluations. So, yeah, I'll say this about the ESV: the study portion of the ESV is very good. I like the ESV study Bible. The ESV translation, yeah, sometimes it's good. Sometimes, the one thing I don't like about the ESV is it does give the English portion of the translation primacy. So they'll sometimes sacrifice certain aspects of the translation to get a smoother English translation. So it's very good English, not always the best Hebrew or Greek. So I do read the ESV sometimes if I want to get a little different perspective, but I've had some issues with some of its translations. However, if you want a good study Bible, yeah, it's hard not to recommend the ESV Study Bible. They had a lot of really good people working on that. So yeah, absolutely, it's a great study Bible. Wholeheartedly recommend it, even if it's not my favorite translation. So yeah, you can't go wrong there as far as a study Bible goes. um, I think he means new KJV. Yeah, I just got the NJV. I think you mean New King James Version, Messianic translation. I believe that is the translation they use. I don't like the New King James Version. I know why translations, study Bibles use it, because it's cheap. It's incredibly cheap to license the New King James Version.
That plays 90% of the.
Yeah, yeah. Low quality study Bibles will often use the New King James Version.
New Jerusalem.
Oh, it's the New Jerusalem version. Okay. All right. I am not familiar with that version. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that version, but again, have not seen it, don't know. And the New Jerusalem version I have not encountered. So, okay. Separate from the New Jerusalem Bible, keeps the Tetragrammaton intact. Okay. I'm not sure if that's all that important. I'd rather see a good translation, honestly. So again, it's not. There's so many Bibles out there; it's hard to keep track of them all, to be honest. I mean, there's something like 20 new Bible editions coming out every year. I mean, a crazy number. There's a new I mean, was it once every 2 or 3 years? It's a brand new translation. So keeping track of the new ones is just really difficult. I mean, you got the big names. I mean, you're always going to get the big names in translations, like the NASB, the ESV, the NIV, and even the NIV has so many subversions now, it's not even funny. So, keeping track of all of that is just really difficult. uh, yeah, historical strategy gaming. Moses should have copyrighted his work. Mm. Yeah, too true. Too true. But yeah, I mean, cost is a huge priority when it comes to these translations. Um, well, it's one of the reasons why Gideon swapped over to the New King James Version. I mean, because people couldn't read the King James Version anymore, and it was the cheapest one on the block. So, if Gideon's is using it, it's going to be cheap. It's going to be really cheap. So, see this here. 1000 Clever Boy. My old Greek professor was working on the new NASB that supposedly came out sometime. There's actually been a few revisions of the NASB. There was a 1992 revision. I think there's one that came out even after that. The 1992 was not, in my opinion, not as good as the 1977 edition. The 1977 edition was just a more accurate translation. It was still highly accurate, but they kind of took the criticism of their English too personally. It would have helped if they had just used proper punctuation to begin with. I mean, the punctuation in the 1977 NASB is really weird. I mean, it's really strange. It's an idiosyncratic use of punctuation. It was clear that those guys who did the 1977 NASB were really good at their Greek and Hebrew and terrible at English. I mean, really terrible at the English. I mean, misuses of commas and semicolons, and you're going, what the heck? Why did you put a semicolon here? There's no reason for a semicolon here. But I also like the newer editions too that sort of get the chapter breaks right as well. And the CSB does that, and I really like that. I think there's a lot of bad chapter breaks in like the KJV and the traditional Masoretic text. So I think that's really. Yeah, I noticed that 1000 Clever Boy, some of the 95 NASB still use the archaic words, and there's no reason to use archaic words in a modern translation. So, I think once you have to preserve archaic words and traditional readings, that's my other pet peeve. Traditional readings, I think, and I know why translators use traditional readings. Okay. Traditional readings such as Red Sea. I mean, almost a lot of translations are still using Red Sea. In fact, most of them. A traditional reading like that should not be used. Or like using mercy seat. Yeah, I mean it should. Yeah, there should be a footnote and basically formally known as Red Sea or whatever. Explain where that traditional translation came from, or like say mercy seat. It's not mercy seat in the Bible. It's a lid. Okay, I mean the mercy seat is a translation of the Septuagint that was used by Wycliffe basically, when it was, and Luther, I mean, Luther translated it as Gnadenstuhl. That's where we actually get mercy seat from, is from Luther. Oh, so I think these traditional renderings have to go. They really, really have to go. But people do get very, very upset when you start messing with the traditional renderings. You know, you start messing with traditional renderings, and translation committees get protest letters. I mean, it really is. It really is pretty. I mean, people get really hot under the cover for this stuff. They think you're messing with the Bible God gave them. What about unicorns? Fortunately, that's not a traditional rendering that gets used very often anymore. That one has sort of gone to the bit bucket, and I'm kind of happy about that. Or satyrs. How about cockatrice? I mean, in the King James Version, you get, a cockatrice. I've yet to see a cockatrice in a modern translation. Might be time to give it a return.
Satires.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but everybody's okay with unicorns.
Yeah, everyone's okay with unicorns. Nobody wants a satyr in their translation anymore for some reason. Or a cockatrice. So I mean, people are fine with updated translations, but I think they also need to become aware how much of their Bible is the result of tradition. And tradition plays a huge factor in Bible translation. So, yeah. BC says, it would be nice if people were more worried about facts and accuracy than their pet positions. Yeah, it would be really nice. But people are also emotional creatures. People are very emotionally tied to certain things. So, and unless we explain it to them, they'll remain tied to those emotional things. And some of them you just can't reason with. This is why we still have the King James only people. People who really think that the King James Bible, Haskerville edition, is the Bible that God gave and replaced the Greek and the Hebrew manuscripts. It's just, no facts or accuracy is going to sway them because it's come down to an emotional argument. So, and I think it's important to be realistic about this because, time for Gen Z lingo version. I'm not quite ready for that yet. Just not ready for that. Okay. I'm going to take one final super chat and I'm going to call it a night. Or sorry, one final non-super chat and we'll call it a night. And that will be it. What?
The King James only came down from hanging off of it. So let's say
Yeah.
and most step to Ramses said, "Sam, let my peeps go. FR, or the big God gonna bust them out them plagues." And Pharaoh said,
Well, can't resist that. So, I just pulled that up. Historical strategy gaming. The KJV came down from heaven with holy light beaming off of it. Thus saith my homeboy. And Mo stepped to Ramses and said, "Ayo, fam, let my peeps go, for or the big GOG gonna bust out them plagues." And Pharaoh said, LMAO cap. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm quite ready for that translation yet. just not ready. Okay. Just FR for real. Okay. You see, I'm not ready for it. Definitely not ready for it. Too old for the Gen C lingo, fam. All right. Yeah, we're going to find something quick here to close with. And if not, I'm just going to close. So I am not that. Trying to get to the top here. Or someone puts in a last minute one at the bottom. Yeah, I think I'm going to just... Alright, do this one quick. Alright, this will be the last non-super chat of the night, and this is super easy to answer. Oscar Philo, have you ever played Shin Megami Tensei? No. I've never played it. Sorry. I haven't had a lot of time to play video games recently. I did get an offer from Bethesda just a couple days ago. They wanted me to start doing a... They wanted a partnership deal where I pitched their games on my channel. And they wanted me to pitch Starfield on the channel here. Bainray, I thought that was not real. Yeah, it's real. That was real. And I basically told him, look, I don't do that content. I generally don't do, what's it called now? Product placements on my channel. That's not the sort of thing I normally do. I did tell him, though, if they ever come up with a good ancient Near Eastern game, or something on ancient Egypt, or something historical, I'd consider it then. But, you know, I'm not going to start pitching sci-fi games on my channel. Okay. Shocked the hell out of me, though. It's like, really? Rumor confirmed. Yep. It finally happened. We finally confirmed one of the rumors. I mean, we don't.
Rumor conversations have started. Watch that.
Yeah. I better be careful about that. Well, I mean, I can't believe that, I mean, it's clearly they didn't check out my channel. I mean, they just basically saw I had a bunch of views and basically asked me to pitch their stuff. And it's like, okay. Oh, maybe they did. I don't.
You talk about MMA, you talk about games. Yeah, I mean, you clearly game.
Yeah. I mean, they asked my rates and how much I wanted to charge them for doing this, and it's like, not. Oh, I don't know how much product placements make on YouTube. They can. I know they can be, very lucrative. I mean, they can be a few $1,000s sometimes,
Yeah.
but we're not a big enough channel to
Dan
really.
said they saw the ancient aliens.
Maybe they saw the Ancient Aliens video. Who knows? Oh, but I'm not gonna pitch a sci-fi picture. On the channel. Yeah, I know some people get very well paid. I mean, for some content creators, that's the majority of their income is through product placements and endorsements. I mean, it is very true that that they do a lot of stuff like that. So, but it just seemed incredibly strange that they would ask me to pitch a sci-fi, game. And it's not that I didn't know nothing about that game, honestly. They told me, gave me the summary, and and it's like, yeah, but here's the thing: I don't like product placements in my content. It annoys me. There's one particular channel that has his own coffee company, and it's like every 2 seconds he's pitching his coffee company. And it just gets annoying. I mean, I figure if people want merch, they'll see it in the description below and they'll buy it. I mean, I don't have to pitch it. If they really want a Mr. EC cup or shirt or or a Velociraptor shirt, I mean, there'll be Sound Foxes there in a few weeks if they want. They'll buy it. If they don't, that's up to them. But I'm not going to start, becoming a used car salesman on my own channel. Yeah, I mean, this is a teaching channel. It's not an entertainment channel. And knowing Bethesda, this thing's going to be so buggy on release. I mean, if I know Bethesda, this thing is going to crash every 2 minutes. And, so I don't want to be associated with a product that Bethesda hasn't even properly tested. So nonsense. I've never been so entertained. Yeah. All I can do is tolerate the YouTube ads and vids I watch. I hate product placements. Okay, ads on the bottom that are out of the way, that's one thing. But when you're interrupting the flow of the teaching with it, yeah, no, that's not for me. That's not for me. BC, I think we should do a video game that leverages the channel lore. Oh, well. I don't think I'm going to get into that either, but I'll take that final content of the night. Yeah, well, Danny Dement also out here. Oh, wait, here's the BC one. Sound Foxes, Puppy Capes, Mana Machines, Pyramids. And finally, Danny Dement. Well, Bethesda has delayed this one like 10 times. Maybe it'll launch with only 500 game-breaking bugs instead of the usual thousands. We can hope. We can hope. Okay. With that said, we're going to call it a night here. So yeah, we did end the night on a confirmed rumor. A rumor confirmed. We're not going to do that again. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who's joined us tonight. I want to thank all the Super Chat supporters who have generally supported our channel and helped pay for the food, the rent, and all that, and are helping make us make progress towards becoming independent content creators. I also want to thank our Patreon supporters. If you aren't a Patreon supporter, please consider becoming one, because there's also extra content on the Patreon page for Patreon supporters. We also want to thank all our regular subscribers who watch our channels, who view our, who like and subscribe, and also who post the links to our videos to other social media. That's how our outreach gets to new subscribers. So with that said, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It's been fun as usual. I hope you had a great time tonight and you learned something. And I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.